For each session, we have experts from the safety-related field. So we'd like to talk about the directions that we need to take in the future and the policies for sports safety. Also, considering the COVID-19 pandemic, we have only a limited number of people present here in this venue. However, all the participants could also join this forum via the online, like Zoom and also YouTube. Please stay with us till the end of this forum. So from now on, I'd like to start the forum. Once again, I'd like to say thank you for hosting this event. First and foremost, I'd like to have the head director of the Sport Safety Foundation. Actually, because of some occasions, he was unable to be with us. However, he sent us a video clip with a very warm message. Please listen to the opening message.
대단히 반갑습니다.
Nice to meet you all, everyone.
스포츠안전재단
My name is
이기흥 이사장입니다.
Heung. I am the head director of Korea
스포츠에서
Sport Safety
가장
and
중요한
Foundation.
안전을 주제로
So under the
전
theme
세계
of safety, which
스포츠
is most important in
함께
sports,
이야기 나눌 수 있는
we are so much grateful
2022년
that people all over the world can exchange their thoughts regarding the theme of safety. And so I am very delighted and grateful that we have this international forum for sports safety. First and foremost, I'd like to sincerely thank Jung, Second Vice Minister of Culture, Sport and Tourism of Republic of Korea, and also Mr. Yoo Seung-min, an IOC Athletes Commissioner, and also leading the International Sports Strategy Committee for making this event even more brighter. And also, I'd like to thank the officials from the German Sports Safety Foundation, British Sports Safety Agency, Japan Sports Safety Association, Bulgaria Sports Safety Association, and Sport Safety Japan, and Xichang University, Xichang Agricultural University, Xichang Tourism University of China, who participated as official partners in this forum. Although I cannot address each one of you here, government officials in charge of sport-related private experts and academics from all over the world also attended today's forum. I'd like to say that I am very much looking forward to this forum, and I'd like to once again express my gratitude and welcome to all of you. The slogan of this forum is the first step in international cooperation for a safe sport environment. Honorable sports people around the world, recently, we are faced with all kinds of accidents, including the natural disasters, typhoons, and abnormal temperatures, and also COVID-19 pandemic. So it is quite apparent that we are faced with a variety of safety-related accidents. As the risk of accident increases, we also, who are engaged in sports, must come up with preventive measures and countermeasures through international cooperation. To accomplish this, we have invited sports safety experts from all over the world, including Korea, England, Japan, and Germany, as speakers of this forum. And we also expect them, and we will have many joint discussions regarding the sports safety policies, systems, experiences, and know-hows. So today's forum is just a starting point. I'm pretty sure that each speaker's presentation and your active participation will greatly contribute to spreading and developing sports safety culture around the world. And I hope that this event will serve as an opportunity to form and build international cooperation network in the field of safety in sports and move forward. Once again, I'd like to say thank you for your participation, and also I'd like to ask for your unwavering interest and efforts in the future. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Thank you very much. Please give him a big round of applause.
스포츠 안전재단 이사장 이기흥
was Mr. Lee Ki-hyung, the head director of Korea Sports Safety Foundation. For world sports team to have a safety in their sports games was his key message in his opening remarks. Additionally, we have the messages from the congratulation for all the diverse peoples. First is the Mr. Yong Cho, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Culture.
먼저 제1회 스포츠 안전 온앤오프 국제 포럼 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다. 이번 포럼을 위해 애쓰신 스포츠 안전재단 이기흥 이사장님과 재단 관계자분들 그리고 이 자리에서 각국의 스포츠 안전 선진 사례를 기꺼이 나누어 주실 글로벌 연사님들 그리고 온라인으로 함께해 주시는 모든 분께 깊은 감사의 인사를 드립니다. 대한민국 문화체육관광부는 생애 주기별 스포츠 활동을 지원해서 국민체육진흥에 힘쓸 뿐만 아니라 국민의 스포츠 향유에 가장 중요한 안전습관을 어떻게 형성하고 내재화할 것인지 건강하고 안전하게 스포츠를 즐길 수 있는 방법은 무엇인지 매년 고민하고 이에 대한 지원을 계속해 오고 있습니다. 2016년부터는 스포츠 안전재단과 함께 국내 안전한 스포츠 환경 조성에 힘쓰며 2019년 약 7만 4천 명, 코로나로 교육이 어려웠던 2021년에도 4만 명 이상의 스포츠 안전 교육 수료자를 배출하는 등 대한민국 스포츠 안전의 현재를 책임지고 있습니다. 스포츠 선진국 관계자분들이 모인 오늘 이 포럼에서 한국은 물론 전 세계가 함께 스포츠 안전의 다양한 지식과 경험을 나누며 글로벌 스포츠 안전 시대의 소중한 초석을 닦아나가길 기대합니다. 문화체육관광부 또한 현재에 머물지 않고 앞으로도 국민의 스포츠와 함께하는 삶에 안전과 행복이 동반될 수 있도록 최선을 다하겠습니다. 다시 한번 이번 포럼의 개최를 축하드리며 함께해 주신 여러분들의 안녕을 기원합니다. 감사합니다.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. Please give him a big round of applause. It was a congratulatory message from the Vice Minister, Mr. Yong Cho. He is talking about the safety is important for sports and is supported firmly by the government. It was his key message. We'll go next to the next congratulatory message from Mr. Jung, the head of the parallel organization.
세계 최초로 열리는 2022년 스포츠 안전 온앤오프 국제 포럼 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다. 포럼을 정성스럽게 준비해 주신 스포츠 안전재단 이기흥 이사장님과 관계자분들께 감사드립니다. 이번 포럼은 안전한 스포츠 환경을 위한 국제 협력의 첫걸음이라는 주제로 대한민국을 포함한 세계 5개국의 관련 전문가들이 참여해 스포츠 안전과 관련된 교육, 정책, 리스크 관리 분야의 최신 연구 성과와 향후 전망을 공유하는 의미 있는 자리입니다. 참가자 여러분 모두에게 유익한 시간이 되시길 바랍니다. 전 세계 모든 사람들이 스포츠를 사랑하고 즐기는 것처럼 안전 또한 국경, 문화, 인종을 불문하고 전 인류가 지켜야 할 보편적 가치입니다. 안전에는 장애와 비장애의 구분도 없습니다. 장애인과 비장애인 스포츠 현장에서도 안전을 존중하고 준수하는 문화가 정착되어야 합니다. 오늘 포럼을 계기로 전 세계 스포츠 현장에서 안전을 존중하는 문화가 확산되길 기대하겠습니다. 참석해주신 지구촌 스포츠 가족 여러분의 관심과 열정에 다시 한번 감사드리며 모든 분들의 안전과 평안을 기원하겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
네, 고맙습니다. 박수 부탁드립니다.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a big round of applause once again. So we had Mr. Jung and now he also conveyed his message regarding the recent study results on safety of sports. And it was very meaningful and also heartfelt congratulatory remarks. And we're going to have the last congratulatory message from Mr. Seung, the chairperson of the board of International Sports Strategy Strategy Committee. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
안녕하십니까. 저는 국제스포츠전략위원회 이사장이자 국제올림픽위원회 위원으로 활동하고 있는 유승민입니다. 먼저 2022년 스포츠안전 온앤오프 국제포럼의 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다. 아울러 이러한 뜻깊은 자리를 마련해 주신 이기흥 이사장님과 임직원 여러분들께 감사드리며 오늘 행사에 참석해 주신 모든 분께 환영의 말씀을 전합니다. 지난 3년 동안 전 세계를 강타한 코로나19 팬데믹은 전 세계 사람들의 일상을 바꿔놓았고 안전과 안심은 모두의 최우선 과제가 되었습니다. 특히 지난 2월에 개최한 베이징 동계올림픽을 시작으로 카타르 월드컵, 항저우 아시안게임 등 전 세계인의 축제 개최를 앞둔 지금은 스포츠 안전 정책과 제도 정비를 통해 모두가 안전하게 스포츠를 즐길 수 있도록 많은 관심과 협력이 필요한 때입니다. 해외 스포츠 선진국은 대부분 스포츠 시설 안전관리 네트워크 및 시스템 등을 구축하고 있으며 안전사고 예방하기 위한 교육과 점검을 철저히 시행을 하고 있습니다. 이처럼 대한민국도 스포츠 선진국답게 스포츠 시설 안전관리와 관련한 법적 규제가 강화되고 종목별, 대회별 안전관리 매뉴얼 구축이 되어 스포츠 참여 전원이 안전한 환경에서 스포츠를 즐길 수 있도록 안전 관련 정책이 보완되어야 한다고 생각합니다. 이를 위해 선행되어야 하는 것은 대한민국 스포츠의 현 실태 파악과 현장의 목소리를 반영하는 것입니다. 이에 이번 2022년 스포츠 안전 온앤오프 국제 포럼은 각계 국가 스포츠 기관 전문가들이 모여 스포츠 안전과 관련한 선진 사례를 공유하고 대한민국 스포츠 안전 정책의 발전을 위한 유익한 시간을 보내기를 간절히 소망합니다. 다시 한번 이번 포럼을 준비하시느라 애써주신 이기흥 회장님 또 이사장님을 비롯한 관계자 여러분의 노고에 깊은 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 감사합니다.
네, 고맙습니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a big round of applause once again. So we had Mr. Yoo Seung-mi, the chairperson of the board of International Sports and Strategy Committee, who delivered congratulatory remarks via the online. Thank you for his warm and congratulatory message. Now we have so many guests who are attending this event. So I'd like to introduce each one of the important VIPs. Please give each and every person a big round of applause. Now, we have a Secretary General of Korea Sport Safety Foundation, Mr. Jung Chang-soo.
네, 고맙습니다. 계속해서
And also we have Mr. Yang Chun-hyun, Secretary General of Korea Paralympic Committee.
반갑습니다. 환영합니다. 다음으로 스포츠
And
윤리센터
we have Mr. Hwang Jong-ha, Secretary General of Korea Sports Ethics Center.
네, 환영합니다. 어서 오십시오. 계속해서 전 국가대표
And
선수촌 부총장이자
we
스포츠 안전재단
have
이사이신 정성수님 함께하십니다.
Mrs. Jung Seung-soo, Professor of Yongdong University.
고맙습니다. 다음으로 동아 오츠카 상무이자 스포츠 안전재단
And
이사이신
also we have
이진수님 소개해드립니다.
Mrs. Lee Jin-soo, an Executive Director of Donga Ochuka.
대한체육회 손징철
And we have
통역관님
Mr.
함께해 주고
Son
계십니다.
Jung-chul,
박수
a past
부탁드리겠습니다.
Director of Planning and Coordination Division of KSSF.
다음으로 한국체육시설
And
안전관리협회
We
고재건
have
회장님
Mr. Go
여러분
Jae-gon, Chairman of
소개해드립니다.
Korea Sports
부탁드립니다.
Facility Safety Management Association.
고맙습니다. 현대 회계법인 회계사이시자
And,
스포츠 안전재단 감사이신
We have
이지훈님
Mr. Baek Ji-hyun,
소개해드리겠습니다.
Auditor of
부탁드립니다.
Korea Sports Safety Foundation.
다음으로 대한민국 배구협회
And
조용구
we have Mr.
사무총장님
Jo Yong-gu,
함께하십니다.
Secretary General of
부탁드리겠습니다.
Korea Volleyball Association.
한국 하단 내전협회 이선영
And we
회장님
have Mr.
참석하셨습니다.
Lee Sun-yo, Chairman of Korea Disseminating Association.
다음으로 대한민국 농구협회 문성은
And also we have Mr. Moon Seung-won, Vice Secretary General of Korea Basketball Association.
대한핑수영협회 함세희
And
사무처장님
also we
함께하십니다.
have Mr. Ham Se, Vice Secretary General of a Korea Pin Swimming Association. And we have Mr. Lee Jae-hoon, Vice Secretary General of a Korea Horse Riding Association. And also we have so many guests attending this forum to congratulate the opening of this forum. I'd like to say thank you for your participation, and please understand that because of time limit, we will not be able to just address each one of the participants. And also,
next, I would like to introduce overseas cooperation organizations that have worked together to host this forum. The Safe Sports event is a cooperative organization of 4 countries, Bulgaria, Greece, Turkey, and Bosnia and Herzegovina. And with the support of the EU, it creates a safe environment when athletes training and participating in the event. Sports Safety Japan is a non-profit organization in Japan. They holding sports safe seminar and train safety experts to create a support safety environment for all sports sites. Sichuan University is under the China Ministry of Education. It operates 37,000 undergraduates and more than 20,000 master's and doctoral candidates. It has established and operated joint education programs with famous universities in the world. Then we will start our sessions in earnest. This International Forum for Sports Safety 2022 is composed of 5 sessions. Each session has 20 minutes of presentation and 20 minutes of the Q&A session. We will have presenters from Korea, Japan, Germany, and the UK to present their situation with us. For those who are joining online, we also have an event. During the session, you can capture the keyword that we have informed you earlier, and if you can reply that in your chat room, then you will have a chance to get the gift. I urge you participate warmly. Let us start the first session. Korea, through the advanced sports system, we have firmly institutionalized the overarching sports systems in Korea. We will invite the Secretary General of Korea Sports Safety Foundation, Mr. Jung, under the theme of the Korea Sports Safety Education and Training Success Know-how. Please give him a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon.
먼저
First of all,
2022
I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude to all of you for participating in today's event, to our International Forum for Sports Safety 2022. I am Secretary General of the Korea Sports Safety Foundation, Jung Chang-soo.
아까 내빈 소개할 때
We have introduced the attendees today for VIPs, and one person was missing. So, Mr. Lee Kyung-ho, the head of the Korea Park Golf Association, is with us today. Please give him a give her a big round of applause.
오늘 우리 포럼은
So for today's forum, not only Korea but also the world, we are together with the sports people to share our knowledges and experience about our sports. This is a meaningful venue that we can share all the experiences. I'd like to once again give my warm welcome to all of you participating in today's event. Especially, we do have our influencers advertising our Korea Sports Safety Foundation. Let me introduce 3 influencers. So from the running, we have Coach Jeannie together with us. We have from ski, Mr. Choi Hyun-jun. Ski Schooling Parts is with us today. And thank you very much for your participation today. And let me briefly introduce myself. I was the assistant of the IOC Vice Chairman Kim Yong-un before, and was also Secretary General of Seoul Metropolitan Sports Association, and also was the President of National City and Province Sports Association. So for the 2032 to host the Seoul Pyongyang inducement of 2032 Seoul Pyongyang Olympics, which was a loss to an Australia, but I was there to host the event. The Korea Sports Safety Foundation was first established back in 2003 to establish the safety of the Korea sports. For this matter, we are having diverse efforts, not only the research and campaign, but also to manage the sports events as well as to have the reimburse and the insurance campaigns for the sports. Not only having that individually, we try to have an organic association and connection between all those things with our continued endeavor. Among all the activities that we do have our statistics about the insurance in numbers. Let me introduce briefly. Up until now, for our foundation, in total, the people who are joining in our insurance is about 55 million. So this is accumulated one, but this number is exceeding the population of Korea. That means so many people are using the insurance services provided by foundation, and we do have more than 170,000 cases that are using the reimbursed services, subscription services of our foundation. But one thing that we need to notice is the current status of the accidents in sports. As you can see on the right side of the chart, when we hold these sports, there are in total or in average about 36.3% to have such accidents. Although we do not have much sports being held during the COVID-19 situation, other than those times, the incidents and accidents of sports is in increasing pace. Regardless, in Korea, we actually do not have a mandatory system that require all the sports people to have their mandatory education about sports safety. That means all those key members of the sports association, they are not required to have a mandatory education system for the safety of sports. But one silver lining here is that Korea's Ministry of Culture and Tourism, they are using about $146,000 worth of money invested in our foundation to work and to make an effort to have a higher level of safety in sports. Although the sports education is a mandatory system that is legalized, but we have established our master plan to provide a systemized sports education system. As you can see on the slides, we do have our mission of education, vision, goal, and the center strategy. Based on this system, we are providing a continued education system for sports safety to become a reputational institution for sports safety in Korea. In our foundation, this is some of the photos that we have taken during our education for safety training. Those people who are on the photo, they are not instructors, they are trainees. In Korea, they are the people leading Korea sports from the Korea Sports Association or other major institutions in sports in Korea. They are gathered together to have their trainings about this sports safety. In our foundation's education, this is not a unilateral instruction from the instructor to the trainee. Rather, we are focusing on communication and discussion with the trainee to have an interaction with trainees. That is the main focus of our training. And these are the photos from the left to the clockwise pattern. I will explain it one by one. The first, on the upper part of the left side, this is the safety training for sports instructors for safety awareness course. And on the right side, in the clockwise, this is the safety training for referees for CPR procedural course. They are sweating and they show their passion to get this course right and to get this court instructed well. And third, on the left side at the bottom, this is a safety training for athletes. This is a sports taping procedure course. They are learning how to do the taping for sports for their safety. And the last on the right side at the bottom, this is the safety training for amateurs. This is the combination with our foundation together with the local government to have connection with the training for safety and their actual sports, to give them the field training to better know about why it is important. In Korea, safety training, although it is not a legally binding training, annually we have 60,000 trainees completing their training, and their level of satisfaction is very high. The reason behind that was this. As you can see, we can summarize them into 4 different parts. First, we are analyzing in detail about the trainee, and we try to develop a program that those trainees can use right away in the field. Second, we are reflecting the HRD trend continuously to give the immersive training to the trainee. Third, we are recruiting excellent professionals as instructors. We have know-how how to recruit them. And finally, we have the customer-centered service to put the experience of the customer in the priority. But personally, other than these 4 points, we have one single point that is contributing to our success. That is here right now. That is our sense of mission and all the people and staff members of the Korea Sports Safety Foundation who are endeavoring and who are dedicating their life for the education and the safety in sports. To tell you the truth, this responsibility of an accident or incident during the sports is on the shoulder of everybody. That's why our target for training is divided into 4 different parts: sports administrators, sports coaches, referees, athletes, and one another, that is, amateur sports lovers. All of these people have different roles, and their capacity required for safety is also different. That's why we are analyzing their roles and responsibility and their level of capability, and we try to adopt the scientific analysis in that and try to establish the program cater to the needs and their capability. In addition, from the perspective of the efficiency, we are using the top-down training program. On the top level, we have sports administrators who are holding those sports events and also making policies. We try to raise awareness about the sports safety for them. As I mentioned earlier, we do have all the different level and the types of those trainees, and they are here described in the pictogram. We do have about 140 different courses, and they are subdivided in detail in different parts to cater to the different needs of different trainees. However, even if we try to provide and establish a really good quality program, if instructors does not have the quality they need to have, then the program and quality can be tainted. That's why we focused on and we invested a lot of time and money to better recruit the instructors. It can be same in other countries, but in Korea we have broad range of systems and the program. It takes a lot of time and effort for them to build the capability to be professional instructors. That's why first thing that we try to look for is those who have the sense of mission and sense of competence and passion. That's the first thing. After that, we provide continuous programs and trainings to them. monitoring about their instructions and feedback, and we also have our real-time feedback. Based on the results, by the end of the year, we provide an objective analysis and evaluation on trainers, and based on the result, we give them either penalty or incentive. This is possible because our staff and instructors, they understand our purpose, that is co-prosperity and co-growth.
스포츠 안전재단은
The Korea Sport Safety Foundation is located in Republic of Korea in Seoul. However, the people who are in need of our training is not only limited to Seoul, but also all the regions in Korea. All the southern part, for example, Gwangju area, if they require about 2-hour span of courses and we have to give them instruction, and for us to go there, it takes about more than 8 hours. Then what should we do? That is right. Our foundation, even if we have to take a lot of time to go there, and we have to invest a lot of money to there, even if it is so inefficient from the perspective of money and time, we do not care. We go there if they need us. If we do not do that, then those trainees in the local area, they will not have their opportunity to have the safety training from us. Even during the COVID-19 situation, we understood and we recognized that it can be prolonged. That's why we have advanced our existing online platform and established a system that can update all the training status of trainees. By doing so, their training records can be recorded and managed like a lifelong training. We also have a collaboration together with the famous athletes, so just general public can also go into these online courses and can easily access to this program with fun. All the people who are here overseas by online, I ask you to take your time to click the URL that is listed on the bottom side of the slide. I urge you to go to this online site to take a peek. We do have all the trainees, and all the different trainees, they have to go to the survey to give their level of satisfaction. The purpose of that is to see how we can better develop our courses based on their feedback. Our foundation is focusing on the management of the customer satisfaction. By doing so, we have so much lesson learned. We have taught a lot of things to trainees, but it is one thing, and the other one is putting that into practice. In order to solve this issue, we are having deep conversation with all these sports administrators, and we have concluded that we have to help them a little more to put that into practice. And that strategic program is, as you can see, sports risk assessment and stability management system. In Korea, we are holding more or less 10,000 sports events annually, but in the current legal basis, it does not say anything about we have to carry out the risk assessment first in order to hold an event. But in the field, we have many different risks there. You will be well aware about this, but in this kind of sports event, we have large-scale gathering of unspecified people with diverse ideas, religions, and customs, and more abnormal activity patterns are there than ordinary activities. It is really difficult for us to control. That's why we are using the SGSA Green Guide and ISO 31000, we developed our Korean way of risk assessment
스포츠 대회
guideline.
현장에 파견하고
And by using this manual, we are dispatching people to check the risk
위해 요인들을
in the
파악해서
field
개선할
and
수
also
있는
hazard.
컨설팅을
And they are providing
체계적으로
consulting
진행하고
how
있습니다.
to improve the situation in the field.
안전관리의 점검 지표는
This
플랜, people,
safety and
place,
health management system
프로덕트의
is
앞글자를 따서 4P라고 부르고 있습니다.
called 4P, that stands for plan, people, place, and products. Based on 4P, we can see how well and systematically structured and how well the plan is managed and conducted. We are giving them checklists, and also we are checking that in person directly.
오른쪽에 있는 세 장의 사진 중에
On the right side, you can see 3 photos. On the bottom,
응급구조차 사진에
there's a photo of an
현장에
ambulance.
응급차를 부르고
And
배치했다고
we
해서
can call an
안전관리의
ambulance
책임을
and we can
다하는 것은
dispatch
아니고
the vehicle there, but it doesn't mean that it's the end of our safety responsibility. Those rescue professionals, they have to be well aware what they need to do when the situation comes.
안전점검위원들이
And our consulting advisors go there and help them to better acknowledge what they need to do before taking the event on hold. And the consulting process is as you can see here. Those who are in need of the consulting, they can make an application to ask for the consulting service. And by the end of the consulting, as you can see on the 6th step, we provide in the paper type the consulting reports. And upon receiving the reports, those consulting requesting people or organization, they can learn the know-how how to better and safely conduct their events from starting to the end. On the very top of the safety management lies the system. For foundation, we are trying to have no blind side in our safety management. For this end, we have KFES 20211. For an institution to have the certification, they have to have about 32 hours of consulting and 10 hours for certification. So they need about 44 hours for having the certification. Once they get the certification, they can be believed that they are going for their sports in accordance with the safety management system that we are providing. For our foundation, our final goal is that for our Korean Athletes Association and also the Korea Paralympic Committee, we try to give KSSF 2021 so that we can have a standardized safety guideline to all the major associations. I hope today's event can be a venue to start our step to have a standardized safety system. Today is the day that I can give you a presentation about our know-how and our major project of the Korea Sports Safety Foundation. If you want to know more experiences and cases that we have learned, then please let us know. Don't hesitate, please contact us. Anywhere, if there is in need of safety training, we will go there and be with you to give you instruction. Today's venue is an important place that is a gathering of all the major athletes and sports people. I also want to learn from you to have better ideas for future. I hope we can have absolutely offline seminar next year to have you in person to have a detailed discussion and communication about all the cases. the Korea Sports Safety Foundation is with all the general public and all the athletes and sports people around the world to make sure they can enjoy sports safely. And we will dedicate ourselves even harder to guarantee the safety of sports. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please give him a big round of applause. So, based on his know-how for the training success, he provided all the cases and know-how that we can provide to all the people, sports people in the world. So for smooth communication, we will invite Choi as our moderator of our Q&A session together with our presenter, Mr. Chang. Please, our moderator and the speaker, please come to the stage to have a Q&A session together.
안녕하십니까. Good morning,
Good
good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, depending on whenever you are joining us across the globe. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me to such an honorable occasion hosted by the Korean Sports Safety Foundation. As mentioned, my name is Gia Choi. I'm the Managing Director at Sportism 82. I will be moderating the entire live Q&A session throughout today's 2022 Sports Safety Forum. And this live Q&A session is the first session. It's on Korea sports safety education and training success know-how. 먼저 현장과 스포츠 안전재단 채널 그리고 줌을 통해 생중계로 함께하시는 모든 분들께
So I'd like to say thank you for your participation via the online and offline, and I'd like to have the Q&A session, the first Q&A session with the first speaker, Mr. Jung, the Secretary General of Korea Sports Safety Foundation, and also please raise your hand if you have questions, and if you are also joining this forum via online, you can also leave your message on the website. So now we will take questions. So please raise your hand if you have any questions to the speaker.
네, 질문해 주십시오.
Yes.
마이크 한번.
Please use the microphone. Thank you for the presentation. My name is An Kyung-jun. I am a lecturer at the Sport Safety Foundation. So you also mentioned there are around 10,000 sports events held on a yearly basis. And as far as I know, actually the inspections are being held by the foundation for about 100 occasions. Do you have any research on this? Do you have any plans to increase the number of inspections by the foundation? Yes, that was a very good question. So throughout the year, we have around 10,000 sports events being held on a yearly basis, and the foundation is also conducting inspections on around 100 occasions due to many constraints like budget and then time. And also the Ministry of Culture, Tourism and Sports is now on our side because of the increased attention and interest from the public on the safety of the sport. So we are very much looking forward to increasing the number of inspections to be held by the foundation in the future. So we are thinking about acquiring more budget and manpower to have more inspections to be coordinated by the foundation. Thank you for the question and answer.
다음 질문으로 넘어가 보겠습니다.
Then let us move on to next question. In the interest of time, we do have many questions from online participants as well. Let me check it a little bit. Yes, we have diverse questions. I'd like to introduce all the questions, but in the interest of time, maybe we will limit it to just one question that I will pick. So let me ask the question.
한국의 스포츠
In Korea, the Korea Sports Safety Foundation, together with the KOC and KFC, you're working together with those institutions. How you can have an opportunity to have a cooperation with a top-level association of sports in Korea? Well, as I mentioned in my presentation, for those administrators who are holding sports events or developing policies, we have those top-level administrators who are really important people for sports. That's why with our continued conversation and communication with them, we are developing and having more close relationship with those high level of the institutions. We introduced some of the VIPs in the first part of our session. We have all the athletes association and director generals of there. Those people are the director of our foundation. That's why we can have a close relationship with them in a working level, because they have better understanding about our foundation and they have more opportunity to think about us as their partner. That's why our cooperation was possible. Thank you very much for your answer. And in the interest of time, we'll wrap up today's Q&A session for first session. Thank you very much, Secretary General, for your kind reply, and thank you for all the questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the Q&A session. And now we have just wrapped up the first speech, and I'm going to have the second session. Actually, from the second to the fifth, all the sessions will be proceeded in in English.
For those of you who need interpretation, please wear your receiver. Korea is channel 5 and channel 6 is for English. We'll start the second session. Japan has developed the sports safety insurance program for over 50 years to realize the welfare through safe sports. So now, with the subject of the key to sustaining and disseminating Japan's sports safety insurance program, Mr. Takashi Nagasawa will give us presentation. He is now joining us through the online, so please welcome him with a big round of applause. 여러분 큰 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다.
Please give him a big round of applause.
Thank you for introducing us. Hello everyone, my name is Takashi Nagasawa. I'm from Sports Safety Association in Japan. First of all, I appreciate Korean Sports Safety Foundation for hosting this forum and also appreciate for inviting us. We are very happy to join this forum, and it is a pleasure for me to make a speech here. From now, I'm speaking about our insurance program named Sports Safety Insurance Program. Sports Safety Insurance Program is a unique insurance program in Japan in terms of its history, scale, and features, and is said to be the most successful insurance program for sports activities. I would like to explain why and how our insurance program has been successfully growing and getting a high reputation, and also mention the present status and the key factors for sustaining the program. Now I'm sharing the screen. Okay, this is agenda. At first, I introduce our association, then I enter into my main topics, Sports Safety Insurance Program. After explaining its history, outline, and features, I would like you to know the present status, including the influence of coronavirus pandemic. And also would like to show some key factors for sustainable development of the program. Finally, I'm closing my presentation with the future prospects of sports safety in Japan while mentioning our mission. This is our association profile. Sports Safety Association was founded in 1970 as a public interest incorporated foundation in Japan. Our organization's main purposes are promoting and encouraging sport activities of all ages in Japan, and also ensuring the safety environment of sports activities through providing services about sports safety, including the insurance program. This is sports safety insurance history. It was introduced in 1971 in collaboration with the Japanese government, the Japan Sports Association, and 20 top insurance companies in Japan. In 1964, the Olympic Games were held in Tokyo, and many people became very eager to do sports. At the same time, injuries in sports activities, especially among young people, were increasing. Then, the Japanese government strengthened the policies about sports safety and established our association to manage the insurance program. The initial insurance product was limited to personal accident insurance with moderate insured amount. Then, the program has been evolving through coverage expansion and raising insurance amount until now. Also, in response to the insurer's needs for individual activities coverage option was added to the original categories. Now, I'm explaining the outline of our insurance program. Sports safety insurance is insuring amateur members of sports and other activities group. Insurance coverage is effective during group activities or commuting to and from such activities. It consists of personal accident insurance, liability insurance, and insurance for funeral expenses caused by sudden death. This program is co-insured by 8 top insurance companies in Japan, and Tokyo Marine and Nichido Fire is the leader insurance company. Total annual premium is about 8.7 billion yen. This is annual premium per person in each category. We set premium category to be simple so that people, especially young people, can enjoy various kinds of sports and cultural activities with reasonable insurance cost. If a boy belongs to one sport team, his annual insurance premium is 800 yen. And if he also belongs to another activity group, he pays another 800 yen. The premium of older people is lower, as the insurance amount is set lower than young adults. This is coverage and insurance amount of each category. We focus on heavy injuries or large amount of compensation, so the insurance amount of death and permanent disabilities are said to be higher than other competitive insurance products. And usually the maximum amount of permanent disabilities is the same with the amount in case of death. But we think that severe permanent disabilities cost the insured and his family much more. Then we add the insurance amount by 50% in case of the first class permanent disabilities. This is the number of the insured in 2021. It has about 7.5 million insured of about 230,000 activity groups. And it is the biggest collective insurance program in Japan. We think that this is much attributed to the good quality of the insurance program and sustainable support by many organizations. I'll mention these factors later. By category, about 56% of the insured is under the age of 15. And in the subscription ratio, the rate of children category is about 30%, much larger than adult categories. We assume that many parents and coaches think younger people should be insured enough. This is the transition of the number of the insured. As I said before, this insurance program was established with support of the Japanese government, especially the Ministry of Education, Science, Sports, and Culture played a major role in promoting the program. As a result, the number of the insured was rapidly expanding during the first decade. After stable growth for about 30 years, the population in Japan began to decrease from 2005, and in response to this trend, the number of the insured began to decrease by about 1 or 2% per year. In March 2020, COVID-19 was found in Japan, then the number of the insured dramatically dropped in 2020. Later, I mentioned the influence of coronavirus pandemic. Our insurance program has been highly evaluated from every generation and every kind of group. This figure is the result of the internet survey about sports safety insurance program held in July this year. More than 95% were satisfied or somewhat satisfied. And as for next renewal, almost all of the groups have intentions to renew next year. Now, I would like to explain some features of the insurance program, and these are deeply related with key success factors for sustainable development of the program. Firstly, I talk about insurance coverage. In our program, we focus on heavy claim, especially severe permanent disabilities, because those who suffer from severe permanent disabilities need enough money to keep the quality of their lives in the long term, and we think we should support them. Moreover, in 2023, next year, we will raise the insurance amount of children category by 50%, while the insurance premium is unchanged. In case of this, from 20 million to 30 million, and in case of permanent disabilities, from maximum 30 million to 45 million yen. Through this evolution of the product, we provide safer environment of young people's sports activities. Besides sports-related groups, various kinds of groups activities make use of sports safety insurance because of its wide coverage and reasonable price. For example, in the category of after-school child care, many local authorities adopt sports safety insurance. Also, in cultural and volunteer activities, many groups join the insurance program. They mind the risk of accident on the way from and to activities and compensation accidents. Price competitiveness is the program's biggest strength. In children category, annual insurance premium per person is 800 yen. That is about $5.7 US. If a boy participates in a baseball club once a week, insurance cost per day is just 10 cents. This price competitiveness derives from the following factors. The first is its economies of scale. This scale of the program brings pricing stability even if a big accident happens. The second point is to focus on basic coverage. We attach little supplementary coverage so as the price is kept low. The third point is our program's cost structure. Through simplifying the program's structure as much as possible, we can lower loading for expense and can realize reasonable pricing. Next feature is that we are getting sustainable support from many sports-related institutions. Since our foundation, we have had close relationship with the Japanese government and the Japan Sports Association. Many local authorities recommend their citizens to make use of sports safety insurance. Prefectural sports associations are members of the Japan Sports Association, and most of our branches are substantially connected to each prefectural sports association. We have also good terms with an organization of university athletes and sports facility. In 2008, we introduced the internet application system. At that time, many people, especially older people, preferred paper application. Then the ratio of the internet application was stagnating for about 10 years. In 2020, we decided to renew the internet application system totally and implemented new system from March 2022. The new system is easily used by smartphones, tablets, and personal computers, and considering older people users, user interface with universal design is installed. Also, we have renewed the insurance claim system so that reporting accidents and making insurance claim are implemented easily by the internet. So if you have a smartphone, you can do every procedure easily. Now, I would like to state the present status about sports safety insurance program, in particular the environment and the threat we face. Firstly, about coronavirus pandemic. In March 2020, COVID-19 was found in Japan, and many groups, individuals were obliged to stop their activities. The number of the insured dramatically decreased by about 1.1 million in 2020. That is about 13% of the previous year result. From 2021, the number of the insured is recovering gradually. However, the number of infected is periodically increasing, and at the present status, the number of the insured still stagnate and behind the level before COVID-19. We plan to consolidate application method to the internet application from 2023. Then we are now urging the groups who apply by paper form to change the application method to the internet application. Actually, it's not easy since older people are reluctant to change the way, mainly because they are not familiar with the internet operation. We have taken some measures for older people to feel easy to apply by the internet system. We held small seminars in each area all over Japan, made short movies, and installed many Q&As for older people in the internet system. As a result, the internet application ratio have risen up during these 2 years and is supposed to be 100% in 2023. By this consolidation, we can reduce cost of procedure and diminish transaction errors. At the same time, we can utilize big data for marketing promptly. As a result, we can make our operation more effective and can streamline our organization. Population decrease trend in Japan gives us great impact on the number of the insured. Japanese population began to decline from 2005, and the statistics say that it decreased by 40% in 2040 compared with the maximum population. And especially in rural area, the decrease rate is much bigger. As a result, many regional sports teams feel difficult to keep the level of sports activities. For example, baseball teams cannot play a match because they make short of the members at least 9 players. Now, based on the features and the present status of our insurance program, I would like to explain what is key factor for sustainable development of the program and our organization. The first one is continuous improvement of the insurance product. As I said, in the program history, we have expanded insurance coverage constantly. And as a proper control of the insurance results, we think we need to implement coverage expansion continuously. Also, we endeavor to improve user interface in the internet application system, making use of the latest digital technology. Especially considering the number of the older people who enjoy sports activities are increasing more and more, we should take into account the elderly-friendly interface. Another key success factor is to have contact with all of the insured. In sports safety insurance program, application procedure is made by each group representative, so we do not usually have a chance of contact with each insured as long as an insurance claim is not made. Then we are making full use of social media to have interactive contact with each insured and provide useful information on every personal preference. Social media also brings us chances to have long-term contact with the insured. Once a person leaves the sports team for the reason of moving or graduation, then our contact with them is temporarily interrupted. By making use of social media, we can keep continuous contact even if he changes his residence, school, or occupation. We hope that we can contribute to one's lifelong sports activities and that leads to our sustainable development. We have provided sports safety insurance program over 50 years as a core sports safety solution, while we have also provided supplementary information about sports safety. And from the viewpoint of diversification and individualization of sports activities, we should expand providing information and knowledge matching with every insured personal interest and preference. To strengthen the ability to transmit information, we plan to make more use of our website and social media. Also, we should collaborate with other sports-related organizations more and try to have a new partnership or alliance in various areas of sports safety if possible. Finally, I'm closing my presentation with mentioning a future prospect of sports safety in Japan, which is deeply connected with our association's mission. Sports make people healthy and happy anytime, in any places, for any ages. As a public interest incorporated foundation, our mission to promote and support sports activity never changes. At the same time, doing sports activity involves risk of injuries, sudden death, or compensation accident. So we should continue to make efforts in improving the circumstances of sports activities through providing sports safety related services. It includes sports safety insurance program. Over 50 years, we have managed to meet people's needs in sports activities, and we are willing to challenge continuously for sustainable contribution to people's sports activities and well-being. That's it. Thank you for listening.
A round of applause.
큰
So
박수부터.
that was Mr. Takashi Nagasawa, and thank you for sharing information about Japan's
Thank you.
sports safety insurance program. Now we're going to have a Q&A session, so please allow me to invite Managing Director of Sportism A2, 지아 최, for the Q&A session. 여러분 박수로 최 대표님을 환영해 주시기 바랍니다.
Please give our moderator a big round of applause.
Can you hear me well, Mr.?
Yes.
Okay. So let's please give a big welcome to our distinguished presenter, Deputy Secretary General Takashi Nagasawa of Sports Safety Association Japan, one more time on the key to sustaining and disseminating sports safety insurance program.
Thank you. Thank you.
So it's a pleasure to have you join us here. And before we begin, I would like to mention a quick, short housekeeping announcement for live Q&A session, if it's okay with you. Okay. So the live Q&A session will be operated in the same format as session 1. And for the audiences present, if you would like to ask a question, please raise your hand and I will call on you to ask the question. And please identify yourself when you're asking the question, please. And for those joining us online, please feel free to type in the questions, comments, reflections in the chats, and I will be happy to convey that message to Mr. Nagasawa. So, I am very delighted to share the floor to the participants. So anyone would like to ask a question? Yes, the lady in the back corner, please. In black.
Hello, thank you for the impressive lecture, Mr. Nagasawa. My name is Sanjin Kim and I work for Korean Sports and Olympic Committees. My question is that the population decline is the global phenomenon. So as the population decrease, the number of mutual aids joining is also will be naturally decrease. So my question is, what kind of measures are you taking to preparing popular decline?
Okay, thank you for your question. Certainly, population in Japan continue to decrease. So I think we have to take measures. But on the other hand, people who do not do sports, there are many adults still now. For example, according to the research by the sports agency, the Japanese government, only 56% of adults do sports once a week. That is about 40% of adults do not do sports once a week. So I think there is much room for adults to engage in many kind of sports. So I think our first preference and priority is to promote all the Japanese people to do more and more sports, so that leads to the increase of the insurance insured. Is that okay?
Sounds good. Should we go for another question, please, from the floor? Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Seung from Sports Safety Foundation. Thank you for the presentation. And you mentioned about the universal design, and also I was touched by the fact that you're going to allow the insured to apply via the online. So my question is about the disabled or the disabled people. So from a Korean standpoint, so in terms of we are lagging behind in terms of the insurance program, for example, the coverage and liability program, etc. But in Japan, if the insured got injured, and then what's the liability program that you have? And if you do have a liability program for the insured who got injured during the activity, then what was the standard that you have utilized for the program?
Would you be able to have the translation via Zoom?
So are you questioning that our insurance program has coverage of liability insurance? To be honest, I'm not catching with your question's intention.
죄송하지만 다시 한 번만 질문을 여쭤봐 주실 수 있으실까요?
So can you just ask the questions again? So if the disabled is also participating in the sports event, and if the person is also insured, they are relatively having a hard time to get insured, and also they have a relatively limited coverage. However, in the case of Japan, if the disabled person is injured, and if the person is also covered by the insurance, then do you have any liability program for the disabled people? And that is my question.
Okay, your question is if there is a match and players throw the ball to a person and the person injured, is the person liable for the such deed, and it is covered by liability insurance? Okay. Basically, I don't know in Korea, but in Japan, in the games, for example, football, rugby, there are some often case there are some injuries, but within the players there is no liability because all the players recognize there is a possibility of injury. Our insurance, liability insurance, is mainly for the liability for the third party. For example, if a baseball game is held and a ball outside the ground and crash the glass of the house or cars, then there is a liability. So in that cases, we pay the insurance. Is that your question?
답변 되셨을까요? 혹시 더 추가 질문 있으신가요?
Do you have any further questions?
I think that answered it very well. Thank you. Let me move on to another question. 네, 말씀하십시오.
네, 안녕하세요. 저 스포츠 안전재단
I'm from Sports Foundation and my name is Kim Sung-taek. Thank you for your presentation. From what I heard, so you have about $83 billion for your sales. So in organization chart, do you have all the regional offices in Japan or only located in Tokyo? And how many people are there in your organization working for you?
Okay. Our headquarters are located in Tokyo, and we have 47 branches in each prefecture in Japan. In Japan, there are 47 prefectures. So in addition to the headquarters, we have 47 branches. And in total, I think about 60 people are working in each area. Because to promote sports activities, we have to take measures to some regional support. And our branches, as I said before, our branches is substantially connected with each prefectural sports association. And Prefectural Sports Association has a mission to promote sports in each prefecture. So our branch substantially contribute to each prefecture's sports promotion. Okay.
Thank you. I have a couple questions from online listeners. Let me pick out one of them first. There's a comment saying, thank you for your presentation. It was great. And there's a question saying that, there may have been a try where, private companies or private insurance companies would like to kind of, offer cheaper or better premiums to take away the customers that you guys already have maintained. So how do you keep up, or how do you maintain your previous clients, the current clients, and the future possible clients within your association?
Okay, that's a good question. Naturally, the many competitors have entered into this field area, and sometimes they offer cheaper insurance products packages than us. But our stances is to our mission is to promote sports activities all over Japan and provide base coverage insurance with reasonable pricing premium. So I think that the stance differs from the some competitors who enter into cherry picking fields. And also, I would like to say that one of our strengths is to quick operation if insurance claim is made. In collaboration with the insurance companies, we have 7 claim special unit over Japan, and once accident reported, they pay quickly. So such strength is also validated by many people. Okay.
Okay, I hope that answered it for the participant from online. Another question I'm going to continue on from online participants is, how did Japan able to establish this culture for sports safety insurance? Because you guys have started since the 1970s, so I think this is a good question.
Okay. As I said, in 1960s, many people became aware of enjoying sports, doing sports. At the same time, the number of injuries increased. So many people, I think many people at that time thought some measures to be established. So the big point is if they join the insurance, they have to pay insurance premium. So I think that our biggest competitiveness is price, just 800 yen. So if they do sports, they can pay just 800 a year. So this is I think this is the great force of driving many people to join this insurance program. Okay.
Okay. I think I'm going to pass the floor to I'm going to pass the mic on to the floor one more time, if you don't mind. In the floor, does anybody have a question? Yes. Lady with the gray coat, please.
네, 스포츠 안전재단 원지연이라고 합니다. 궁금한 점이 있는데 아까 회사
I have a
소개해 주실
question.
때
When you introduce your
사회적 교육
company, you said
활동이나
also
문화적
the
활동에
social
대해서도
education
보상을
and
하고
cultural
있다고 말씀을
sports and
해주셨는데
activity. You also have insurance
사명이
system for that
스포츠
as well.
안전협회인데
But for your
어떻게
mission,
스포츠가 아닌
yours is
문화
the
활동이나 기타
sports
사회적 교육
safety,
활동들을
but you
보장하는
also
범위에 넣게 되었는지
cover
궁금합니다.
the social or cultural activity included in your system. How does that possible?
Okay, certainly our association's name is Sports Safety Association, and we are focusing on the promoting sports activities. But also, on the other hand, we also support cultural activities or volunteer activities. In Japan, we call it social educational activities inclusively. So we also provide cultural activities or volunteer activities or any other cultural, social, educational activities.
답변 되셨습니까? 네.
Hope this answers your question.
네.
Do we have any other questions? Good afternoon. I'm from Korean Safety Foundation. My name is Chang. In Japan, So you said about 53% of people are working and doing sports once a week, right? And you are having some plan to increase the people who are working and playing sports at least once a week. That's your plan, and that means general public will have increasing number of people playing, and also we have any amateurs. And other than that, do we have any other plans to cope with the reducing number of population in Japan?
So your question is how to manage the Japanese population decrease. Is that right?
다시 한 번만 질문을 여쭤봐 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Can you ask the question one more time? So amateur, and if amateurs are the ones who are doing sports, they are they are in the middle between those professional and just general public. That is a reimbursed plan that you are providing in your insurance. So I just want to ask you about the insurance services for those who are just among general publics. How do you give the coverage in the insurance if they are the ones who are playing more?
Oh, okay. Our insurance is intended for amateur players and basically exclude professional players, professional athletes. I think that in terms of the risk, there are much difference between amateur players and professionals. So at this moment, we exclude professional sport players, but it's a thing we are going to examine how to expand the insured coverage, insured. Okay.
Okay. So I think there's time for one last question. I think I'm going to go to the right. Yes. Please.
Good afternoon. My name is Yang from Sports Safety Foundation. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Once again, I'd like to say thank you for delivering wonderful presentations. So I have a question. So your association is in cooperation with many sports-related organizations and also insurance companies. What kind of activities and programs are you running together with these organizations?
So you are asking how do we collaborate with other sports-related organizations? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, we have, for example, we have several forums like this or seminars in a year with other sports-related organizations. For example, forum for junior athletes and coaches, or to target for the lifelong movement. We hold several seminars, and also we published some public books or leaflets for informing people sports safety. And anyway, and in addition to those, we have, I think that our association is recognized as a big existence for sports safety. So many organizations offer us to have a collaboration. So in our organization is not big, but we think and we should expand our collaboration with other sports-related organizations.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we are out of time for this session. So thank you, Deputy Secretary General Nagasawa, for today's presentation.
Thank you.
And thank you to all the participants on and offline for joining us for this session. And we hope that you enjoy the remaining session. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Please give them another round of applause. Thank you very much, Moderator Che, for helping us walk through the Sports Safety Insurance Program, and to also Mr. Nagasawa. We're going to wrap up the second session from now on, and we're going to have a short break for 10 minutes. The next session will be resumed at 4:40, and the coffee and refreshments are prepared at the lobby, so please enjoy yourself and be back by 4:40 so we can begin on time. Thank you very much. 네, 지금부터 휴식 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다.
We are going to have about 10 minutes of break time. At the lobby, we prepared some snack and coffee. Please enjoy coffee and snack, and please be on time coming to the hall so that we can resume our sessions at 4:40. Thank you very much.
네, 로비에 계신 참석자분들께 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 정확히 40분부터 저희 다음 세션 이어가도록 하겠습니다. 로비에 계신 분들께서는요, 신속히 착석을 부탁드리겠습니다. 저희 4시 40분부터 세 번째 세션이 이어질 예정입니다. 휴식 시간을 취하신 분들께서는 행사장 안쪽으로 입장하셔서 착석을 부탁드립니다. 모든 참석자분들 착석하시는 대로 다음
As
세션
we are
시작하도록
seated, we will
하겠습니다.
move on
고맙습니다.
to the next session. Thank you very much.
네, 이제 바로 곧 세 번째 세션 시작되겠습니다.
Let us move on to
로비에
our
계신
third session
참가자분들
right
또는
away.
행사장 뒤편에
Those
서
who are
계신
in the
분들께서는
lobby or those
착석을
standing in the back side of the hall, please
부탁드리겠습니다.
come
참석자분들
back to
착석하시는 대로 세
your
번째
seat
세션
and be
시작하도록
seated.
하겠습니다.
As you are seated, we are going to move on to our third session right away.
All right, shall we begin? Thank you very much for joining us on the third session as well. We're going to resume today's forum. For your information, a diverse event and information will be announced and notified through the chat room, so please check that out, and we're looking forward to your active participation. So shall we proceed to the third session? That recently, not only in the event sector, but also in diverse area, risk management has been a crucial issue. So now I'd like to invite Mr. Patrick Vajda to share his presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big hand.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Patrick Vajda. I am located in Paris, in France, and I'm very happy to be with you this morning. We will talk about risk management. I am also involved in sport in the refereeing system because I was a referee in fencing, and I did the 4 Olympic Games as a referee, and also I did 14 Olympic Games as a risk advisor, and it is now my job with Paris 2024. I am one of the 2 experts for insurance and risk management. I will share my presentation with you immediately. If I am able to do it. Sorry. Oh. Why I'm not able to share? Yes. Okay. Sorry, I try to share the presentation, which could be. I am sorry because I don't. 2 minutes ago it was perfect, and now it's not good. I have to do it again. Sorry for that. This is a risk also. And sorry, I was not able to be perfect with this type of risk management. So risk management for sport events, and most particularly for mega sport events. This is, as I told you before, my job. I am working in this area since around 40 years now. I am 75 years old guy, so I have a small expertise in the area of sport events. When we talk about risk management, the target is to answer to the question how to get there. What is that? Is the closing ceremony in the Olympic Games, if my memory is right, is Beijing. How to get there without problem. And when I say without problem, it means without timing problems, without financial problems, and without bodily injury problems. It is the 3 aspects of the risk management which are really important in the world of sport. And we always, when we analyze the risk, we always have in front of us these 3 areas: timing, finance, and disease or bodily injury. It is the 3 things we have to consider when we analyze a risk. Perhaps the main sentence when we work in the area of risk management is the following: to govern is to anticipate. When you prepare an event such as the Olympics or the World Cup or any other world championship or national championship, you have to think about what could happen in the following future, in the following minutes, in the following weeks. It's absolutely necessary to make this analysis before, because if you have an accident and if you are not ready, if you do not think to this particular risk, you are not able to find the right answer immediately. And our job is to have the right answer immediately when something happens. Remember that when you work on a sport event such as the Olympics, the event must take place at the given date. You cannot change the date. You imagine why? For TV reason, but for a lot of other reasons. But because the TV rights are the most important revenue for a sport event. Sometimes, very often now, the date is very important in order to be able to program the event at the TV, for example. Also, it's the same thing with the chosen venues. You cannot change at the last minute the venue of the final of the World Cup, for example. So the chosen venues have to be ready, first of all, and protected in order to avoid any accident on these particular venues. And also, we have to respect, and sometimes it's very difficult, and most particularly now, because of the situation of the world, we have to stay in the established budget. Perhaps you read in the newspaper that Paris 2024 was obliged to reanalyze the budget, which is a process we have now. Because of the situation of the world. Nothing to do with the expenses. We are totally in our budget, but something happened is the fact that a lot of equipment, materials, and so on cost much more today than 2 weeks ago. So when we talk about risk management process, we always use more or less the same system. You have to know that risk management in sport events is relatively a recent an equation. Until 1992, the Winter Olympics in Albertville, we did not do any risk management. We bought insurance more and more. With an incredible amount of money spent in this particular area of insurance. But we never really analyzed the risk in order to decrease the global level of risk. This is the most important word I can pronounce this morning, is the global level of risk and the global also cost of the risk. When we talk about cost of the risk, we talk about the risk itself. We talk about insurances, we talk about deductibles, because a part of the insurance has to be paid by the insurance company, but a part of the claim also has to be paid by the client. So we talk about all these things and also everything in terms of how to protect the event. So the global cost of the risk is certainly our main target in order to avoid to spend money for nothing, in order to buy insurance for nothing, but also in order not to avoid to buy insurance when insurance is necessary. So during the pre-games, the period before the games, and for the Olympic it takes place 4 years before it began. 4 years before, we have to begin by the beginning, which is the risk identification and assessment. What is risk identification? Is to analyze what are the risks in front of each, I can say, each department of the LOC. So the LOC is a local organizing committee. So we discuss with all the manager of the local organizing committee in order to understand what is their own analysis of the risk. And because we have some expertise in the area of sport events, we discuss with them. We are not a specialist, as an example, we are not specialists of transport. We have in front of us the manager of transport. Certainly he knows much better than us what is transport. But we certainly know also much better than him what is the Olympic Games. And by the transfer of the knowledge of each of us, we are able to understand and to analyze clearly what could be the risk in terms of transportation. But we can talk about sport, particularity of sport organization. We can talk also about catering, for example. When you organize big events, you have an incredible number of questions concerning the catering for the athletes, the catering for the volunteers, the catering for the international federation, and so on. So it's a crucial problem, because you cannot ask an athlete to participate in a sport event without eating just before, for example. So we have also to protect all the functional areas of the organizing committee. We have to put in place, after this risk identification and assessment, we have to put in place what we call the loss prevention strategy. It means we have in front of us the risk, how we can prevent the risk, how we can avoid the risk, and also the contingency planning, which is how we are able to answer if this risk happen, if something wrong happen. So the answer to the risk is also part of our preparation. We have to be ready and to have the answer to any type of risk when you organize a big events such as the Olympic Games. But I talk about big events because I can say it's fun. It's nice to speak about the Olympic Games. But it's the same thing when you have a very small football match with two young teams, for example, and only 50 spectators. The only difference is for the Olympic Games, this risk analysis, the duration of the risk analysis will take certainly about 4 years or 3 years and a half. But for my match with young people, it will take 2 hours maximum, perhaps less. So after the contingency planning, which are the answer to the risk, if the risk takes place or happen, we have to put in place a sort of risk control services. But this is during the event. So the first part is before the event, and the risk control services is to be able to analyze what happened during the event in order to be able to prepare the answer as soon as possible. We have also to be ready in case of claim and what we call incident notification. So how are we able to be informed in real time, immediately, just after something happened, just after the incident take place. This is not so simple, in particular for big events, because you have several places where a claim can take place. If you just taking the example of Paris 2024, remember that the event take place in all the French territories, but also in Tahiti, which is a 12 hours jet lag difference with us. So you imagine the difficulty. It means that my team will work for Paris 24 hours a day. Well, this is more or less the same thing, but in another presentation. So you have also to understand that our target is to protect the event, but also is to avoid to buy too much insurance, which means that because we are protected thanks to the risk management system, we will certainly be able to buy less insurance, and also not only to buy less insurance, but to buy a better insurance, and to explain to the insurance company that we do not have claims, or we do not have a lot of claims, because we are able to think about the claims before the claims take place. When we talk about risk analysis, the first part of our job, and you have to really to understand this particular question, is the analysis of the legal part of the event, which means the analysis of all the contract which will be signed by the organizing committee. Just as an example, now for Paris 2024, we already analyzed about 3,000 contracts. But if I take another example, which was Atlanta in 1996, we analyzed 19,000 contracts because we signed, or the organizing committee, the LOC signed 19,000 contracts. So you imagine that because I can say the devil is in the detail, we have to analyze the contract in order to understand what happened in case of problems between the organizing committee and the company who will sign the contract with us, the subcontractors. So are we able, for example, by this contract to transfer the risk to the contractors? Sometimes the answer is yes, sometimes the answer is no. It's depending about what we are talking about. We also have to be very clear in how to share the liabilities between the organizing committee on one side and the co-contractor or the contractors in the other side. This is also clearer we are, less problem we have after the games in terms of lawsuits, for example, because it's really, I can tell you that this part of the risk management, the legal part of the risk management, it's important because it's more than 50% the problem we have during or after the event. With a good analysis of the contract signed by the organizing committee, you really decrease a lot the number of claims, the number of interpretation, and clearer you are, I repeat, and certainly quicker you will be to finish the event. And also in this contract, what is important is to establish a minimum standards of insurance for everybody, for the organizing committee in order to explain to the co-contractors that how we are insured, but they have also to explain to us how they are insured in case we have for example, a bodily injury or other type of problem. So to establish a minimum standard for insurance and also about risk transfer, it's a very important thing in order to protect the organizing committee and also to protect the contractors to be sure that they are insured at the right level. When I was talking about a risk ranking, which means the risk analysis. How are we able to do the risk analysis? The risk analysis is done by the analysis of the impact of the risk on one side and the probability of the risk in the other side. Impact means what is the cost of the risk if something happens? This is the impact, several million sometimes, several hundred people died, for example. And the risk probability is this claim is probable or not. So we will give a note to each of these two categories, impact and probability, from scratch to 5. And we give, for example, 5 for the risk impact and 5 for the risk probability, which means 25 if I make the multiplication. And a risk at the level of 25, you cannot organize your event if you have this type of risk, with this type of notation to a risk. 25 is not acceptable, and we have to find solution. But we can have 16, we can have 3 by 3, 9, we can have also 1 by 1, 1, and so on. So the risk analysis is at the end of the risk analysis for the Olympic Games, we have around 700 risks analyzed, and we have to analyze each of them and to understand if it is a reality or if it is just something we have a minimum chance to happen. To do the risk register or to do the risk analysis, I can say that the only way is to discuss with each people in charge, each personal in charge of a particular area. And because, as I told you with the transport 5 minutes ago, they are specialists of their area, we are specialists of the event, and we can establish a risk register in which we put all the risk from, I told you, 700, for example, or a little more in some other type of events. In the Football World Cup, we have 300 to 400. For the Olympic Games, it's 700 to 800. And for the America's Cup, for example, it was 55. And for the Fencing World Championship in Paris 10 years ago, it was 10 or 12. You imagine the size of the event gives you the number of risk we can have. Just to show you how we analyze the risk, we have four quadrants of risk, which are financial, strategic, operational, and hazard risks such as force majeure, natural disaster, climatic conditions, and the problem of the recent past contagious disease. Unfortunately, we have no time to analyze the market. I just show you some picture with a lot of mistakes, non-acceptable. For example, on the first one, you have a sort of small car in the middle of spectators. It is not possible. On the second slide, on the second picture on the right, you do not know that, but the bus has to make he is not in the right way. He has to make a turn around. But because the spectators are too close to him, it is impossible for this bus to move. So it's not acceptable to be in this type of position. This is a flam in somewhere in the world, but it's written in Italy, in Rome particularly. So now it's clear, the flam will arrive, it's correct. Now it's less and less correct, and now it's totally unacceptable. How you can manage that? I don't know. So I hope you can accept to be in this type of situation. It's an important question, and I was not in charge of the flam in Turin 2006, but I was in charge of the risk management, all the other. So I was not able to say anything about that, but it's not acceptable. And just to show you the one with a French guy who is in a situation totally stupid and very, very dangerous. The police is arriving, but it's too late. How you can accept that somebody like that is in this type of situation is totally unacceptable, and the security certainly failed. But the French guy is on a very good position to see the arrival of the French, who will win the gold medal this day. I don't know, in Turin. And just to finish, this is what is totally unacceptable. This stadium is particularly dangerous because you can use the seats against the athletes, for example, or against your another guy, or against another supporters, which is not from our country. So when you see something like that, you don't go in the stadium. I don't go in this type of stadium. It's totally not acceptable. And this is my own problem because I was in the middle of this nightmare. We have a wind during the night. This type of wind takes place every 120 years. And it is the America's Cup, and we believe that we lost all our boats. It was not the case. Fortunately, and we were able to make the competition on time just because these boats in the past were in plastic, and it was very, very easy to repair this boat. And just to finish and to show you what the control room did not do, what the supervisor did not do, and and specifically what the steward did not do, you cannot accept to have a lady seated like that. It's really dangerous for her, but it's also dangerous for the other spectators in case of evacuation. So when I talked before about contingency planning, I just give you a list of what we have to plan before the event, but I give you 10 or 8 examples of such as, for example, a problem we have with the volunteer. It's really a problem when you have a lot of volunteers on one side and you have an event of, for example, 2 weeks. After 2 or 3 days, you lost a part of your volunteer because they are not well organized, because they are not able to see something interesting, because they are on the car park during the day and they are tired after 2 or 3 days. So how you manage this type of workforce shortfalls, it's a very important question. How you manage a severe weather, how you manage counterfeit accreditation or tickets, and so on. I can give you a lot of other examples. So just to finish, high level of risk means more, if you do not make the risk analysis, it means that you will have certainly a high level of risk, which means more claims, more bodily injury, important risk of partial and also total cancellation of your event, more court cases, explosion of the insurance and security budget, because if you have no risk analysis, you will have an explosion of the insurance budget, because you cannot show to the insurance company how you are able to litigate or to decrease the level of risk. More time to settle or to close the dismantling period, the end of your event. So it's not today in our world, we cannot accept the fact that risk management is not interesting or is not necessary. When you talk about World Cup, when you talk about a big event, but when you have athlete on one side and spectator on the other side, you need risk management. You cannot avoid to do it. Just to finish, to prepare the team, our teams, and also the teams of the organizing committee, we have to test the procedures, we have to test what can happen. And perhaps what is important on this slide is just the 2 numbers you have. 80% of interruption risk of your event are due to normal risk, and 20% only are due to crisis situation, which means that you have to manage the normal risk. You have to know how to answer to this risk in order to avoid the catastrophe. And after COVID and after what happened in the world now, I can tell you for sport event, but not only for sport event, nothing will be the same in the future. Thanks a lot for listening, and I am ready to answer to your question.
Thank you very much. Please give him another round of applause, everyone. So that was a presentation emphasizing the importance of risk management. So now we're going to have a Q&A session. So Mr. Patrick, please turn on the interpretation service in English. If you look at the bottom of the Zoom screen, you'll be able to find a global Earth icon. If you click the global Earth icon, you can select the language to English. And now I'm going to introduce you again, moderator 최지아 once again for the Q&A session. 여러분 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give her a big round of applause.
Hello, Patrick. Can you hear me? Can you hear us? Okay, great. Well, let's get started with session 3, live Q&A. It is my pleasure to reintroduce our distinguished speaker, President Patrick Vajda of ZAW Sports and International Federation for Sports Officials, also known as IFSO, and a member of the IOC Athletes Entourage Commission. So thank you again for your insightful presentation on risk management for sport event. So I would like to, pass the floor to the participants for their questions. Wow, we have so many hands. Can you see? I think we're going to go with the gentleman on the right.
Thank you. Thank you for your very wonderful presentation. We have learned a lot from your presentation. Thank you again for the wonderful presentation. My question is as follows. In the case of South Korea, actually, we sometimes have difficulty in terms of a small number of manpower for some organizations. So even though some organizations are run by a small number of people, still, do you think we need to have the risk management for the events? And if possible, and if okay, in terms of the safety management, what is your personal definition of a safety management? What's your definition of safety management personally?
Could you repeat that, just the last answer? What is the definition of
safety management?
Safety management. Oh yeah, okay. Wow. Safety management is a part of first of all, is a part of the risk management, but it's very difficult to speak on an international basis on questions concerning safety, because in Europe in particular, but not only in Europe, in the world, there is an incredible number of different legislation concerning safety. So the first things you have to do is to analyze the local safety in order to be sure that your event will be totally connected with the local law. Even if you are international people or international athletes, you need to be totally conform with your local legislation. So, for example, the level of safety in France is totally different, and the analysis of the safety is totally different in France than in UK or Germany, and certainly much more different if I make a comparison with Beijing or Tokyo. So it's difficult to be frank, to be clear with you. For safety and security, we have specialists. So my job is to understand and to coordinate all the aspects of the risk management, including safety and security. But it is not my specialty, and I have to listen what the specialists are telling me and to understand how I can manage what the specialists are telling me with what is necessary in terms of risk management, of global risk management. I answered your question?
답변이 잘 되셨을까요? Yes, it was great.
Yeah, thank you very
We
much.
move on to the next question, please. Yes, please.
다음 질문으로 넘어가도록.
네, 발표 너무 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you for your presentation. What I want to ask you is that for risk management, we have to have the preliminary analysis and survey. After that, we build a scenario, and if it is a mega event, then it is really difficult to do the simulation. But you focus on and put emphasis on simulation. How do you usually conduct the simulation? Can you elaborate a little further?
Thank you for the question. We have several types of simulation. We have, for example, simulation with one specific team. So it means that we have in front of us only 6, 7, 10 people specialized, for example, in catering for the Olympic Village. Just an example. So we are showing to them a lot of questions, a lot of problems about catering in the Olympic Village. What are the main problems? Just to give you some example, fires. If you have a fire in the kitchen of the Olympic Village, you have no meal for the athletes, so you can close your Olympic Games because you will not have any Olympic Games or any sport event if you are not able to give the meal to the athletes and to the officials also. It's just an example. So we really have to analyze each particular areas and to show them what type of problems they can have. We prepare some typical scenario for each category, and we analyze their answer. Sometimes their answer are perfect. So this type of simulation is perhaps 1 hour and it's finished. Sometimes the answer are totally out of the scope. And it means that the people are not well trained and we have to continue our question. And sometimes this type of simulation, the duration is not only 1 hour, but 1 day, sometimes 2 days. This is what we call not exactly simulation, but tabletop. It means that in front of us, we have a small group of 8 to 10 people. But we have also simulation and we have also rehearsal. So what means simulation? Simulation is the same thing that what I just explained, but we do not have in front of us one team, but we have several teams, 3, 4, or 5, in order to understand how they can collaborate between them. And how they are able to share the information. So we present to them, we elaborate to them some scenario which happened in the past, for example, and also we will analyze their answer. We will also analyze not only the quality of the answer, but the speed of the answer. Sometimes when you save time, you save money, and also you save life. So if you do not react enough quickly, you can be in a very stupid situation or bad situation because you lost 1 minute or 2 minutes. So we test with the simulation. We test several teams, and the rehearsal is a global problem. The duration is 2 hours and no more. And we put in front of 700, 1,000, sometimes 2,000 people, a lot of scenario. Everybody has a computer. We send them a scenario on the computer and we wait for the answer. We analyze immediately the answer and we say, okay, perfect, you are correct. And we can go to the opening ceremony. Or sometimes we say, stop, 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 you are totally wrong. You have to understand that you are not in the right position, you are not taking the right decision. So this type of rehearsal has to take place 2 weeks, 3 weeks before the event. I tell you that I avoid to say you are not in the right line, because if you say that 2 weeks before, you have no time to correct the situation. So what is necessary for us in this type of position is to give a good, how I can say that, to put the team in a good psychological situation in order to explain to them, well, it's not exactly what we are looking for as a solution, but you are more or less on the right way. Please think about this or about that. Well, this is the 3 types of simulation we have to do in order to prepare the event. And just to answer more precisely to your question, the target is to take the example in what happened in the past. I have in a sort of data something like 2,000 or 3,000 examples which really happened in the past. And thanks to that, we are able to put in front of the teams, we are able to put some some real examples.
Thank you. I think if we're really good, Patrick, with time, we can do maybe 1.5 question. So let me ask a quick one to the floor, and then if you can answer it very concisely, maybe we'll be able to ask one last question from online. So let's go one more from the floor. Yes, please. 네. 다른 질문 부탁드리겠습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는
Good
스포츠
afternoon.
안전재단의
My name is Yoon
윤지연이라고
Ji-young from the
합니다.
Sports
제가
Safety
드릴
Foundation.
질문은 스포츠 행사
And my
전에 사고 발생에 대한 가능성을
so
아까 높은
so
수준으로
you
좀
said
분석하신다고
that you are
하셨었는데
running a
리스크
analysis on
가능성을
the
체크하는
probability of
별도의
having a
체크리스트 같은 게
accident
있는지
from a
만약에 체크리스트가
sports
있다면
event. Do you have
그
sort of a
체크리스트는 또 어떤
checklist
기준으로
to work with?
수립됐는지 그
And
점이 좀
if the
궁금합니다.
answer is yes, what was the measures that you utilized to come up with such a checklist?
Do we have a checklist? Good question. I can say yes, we have a checklist, and I also can say no, we do not have a checklist. We have for the, I can say in principle, we know exactly, and we have a checklist of the main analysis we have to do just during the event, not before, but during the event, because when the stadium is open, when the Olympic Village is open, we have to visit each buildings, and yes, we have a checklist in order to be sure that the power is correct. All the installation are totally correct. This is for, or I can say that this is for physical installation, for physical, in order to analyze the buildings on a physical point of view. Well, for this particular case, yes, we have a checklist. But when we talk, remember that we do not talk only about buildings or installation, but we are also talking about human being. And human being, you cannot create a checklist about how the human being will react in case of a problem or in case of a claim. So in this case, we are able, because of the risk analysis already done, we are able to explain, yes, after the risk analysis, we know that you have this type of problems. Please, where are the solutions in your mind? Where are the solutions in our mind? So we can adapt the best possible solution. It is what we call, remember, I explained that at the very beginning, the contingency planning. How we are able to react if something happens. It is not in a checklist that you will find something like that. It is just after the risk analysis, after the risk register is done, that you are able to make a real, not checklist, but a real, I can say, practical answer.
Thank you. Unfortunately, Patrick, due to the time limits, we're gonna skip the online questions, but you received so many due to your passionate presentation. But if it's okay with you, we would love to send that question over to you via email, and it would be greatly appreciated if you could give them an awesome response as yourself. Yeah?
And my English will be much better.
Okay, great. So this will conclude the session 3 live Q&A session. And thank you to all the participants as well. And see you at session 4 live Q&A. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for sharing the valuable question and detailed answer. Now we're going to move on to the 4th session. Our next speaker is Mr. David Schulz, who is the Secretary General of Foundation Safety and Sports Germany. Germany conducts the diverse research and business in sport safety and especially in prevention of injuries. So now he's going to make a presentation under the title of Policy and Pending Issues of Sports Safety Management in Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming him with a big round of applause.
Good morning, everybody from Germany. And first of all, I'd like to thank Patrick for the wonderful presentation. It was really very interesting for me to see that and what is done in your part of the world right next to us, so to say, and around the world for the Olympic Games. Thank you very much for doing that. And also it gives me like a connection to my talk because as far as I see, the organizers of this forum, they took a lot of risk management. They did a lot of it because, for example, a couple of hours ago, when it was right in the middle of the night, they had me do a rehearsal of my speech, and they even recorded it in case the internet connection would break down. So that is risk management live, and that was very interesting. And I have to say to the organizers, thank you very much. That is really one of the best organized forums that I ever had the honor to speak on. So thank you again to Korea and to my friends there. Thank you. Okay, so I will share my screen now, and I hope it works flawlessly. Seems to be working. Patrick, can you see my screen? Because I can see you. Okay, great. Wonderful. So again, my name is David Schulz. I'm living in Germany, 45 years old, and I'm a sports scientist. I have been working in the field of sports injury prevention now for more than 20 years, 22 years to be exact. So about 7 years ago, we founded our foundation Safety in Sports, in German Stiftung Sicherheit im Sport. And since then, I'm serving as a CEO, General Secretary, whatever you want, with my colleague, Klaus Weingärtner, who is doing the same job as me. So that is very helpful concerning risk management, especially when one of us is ill or not available. So that is the team. I tried to answer the question, who are we? And I found a nice picture a couple of months ago. We did that. That is our small team of experts from different fields, not only sports scientists, but also social scientists and also PR specialists, etc. And I'd like to emphasize that all of us, we work together to increase the importance of sports injury prevention and sports safety in politics and also in society. So that is our team. And as you can see, Klaus and I are the only males here. And otherwise, the females say what we do. And that is also really important. So some basic facts. As I said, we have been founded 7 years ago. We are situated in Bochum, Germany, which is a town in the northwestern part of Germany, in the biggest German federal state. And we are financially supported by our founding institutions. We have an insurance company that supports us, and also sports federations that see the importance of our work. We have some permanent donations and also some subsidies that make our work possible. So to give you an idea what we do exactly, what we do, we try to create basic knowledge. So in Germany especially, the data situation on sports injuries, and I will come to that a couple of minutes, is not as good as it should be. And what we are trying to do on this basis is we try to not only create practical but also accepted solutions for better and more successful sports injury prevention. And this is something I cannot emphasize enough. If you talk about injury prevention, it's always very, very important to take the stakeholders and the people, the target group that you aim at, to take them on board very early, because they have to accept and they have to do it in the practice of sports and not the specialists that we are. So that is why we always partner with sports organizations, sports clubs, and also public sports administration, and of course also public administration, for example, cities and other stakeholders in that area. And I have to say we are the only organization that deals with sports accident or injury prevention across all settings. There are several other smaller organizations, also bigger, that focus on certain settings, but also they leave out big settings where sports is done in Germany. So, as some of you may know, we have about 83 million inhabitants in Germany right now. And the estimate, and we did a little research, a study a couple of months ago, and we can estimate that 4 to 5 million sports injuries happen in Germany per year. By the international definition, that either one has to attend a doctor or has to pause from sport for at least one day. So these are mild injuries as well as very severe injuries, all in one number. But it also shows that how big the number is and how many people are affected by that. So we know kind of well about the injuries in schools, kindergartens, and universities, because the people there, the youngsters and the kids, they are insured against injuries, and therefore we have a good idea what is happening there. And we also have a kind of good idea about the injuries in professional sports, especially, of course, in Germany, it's soccer, it's basketball, also the top leagues, it's European handball, and it's also ice hockey. And we know quite well how many injuries are taking place in that settings. For all the other settings, in Germany, especially the club sports is a really big setting. We have about 25 million organized sportsmen and women there. And we also have the non-organized and the commercial sports, gyms, etc. And we have only a rough idea how many injuries are taking place in that settings. So, as I said before, sports injury prevention, SIP, is established only in few settings in Germany where there is an employers' liability insurance association in place, which I said before. And in all the other settings, the costs for medical treatment are covered because health insurance is mandatory in Germany. Everybody has it, almost everybody. But there is no institution that is responsible for the sports injury prevention in all the fields. So that is one reason why we have been founded, to take care of that this changes this situation. So summarizing, as I said before, we have 4 to 5 million injured per year. The treatment alone is about 4 to 5 billion euros a year, which is almost the same as a dollar nowadays. And we have at least 10 billion euros overall costs, because there are additional costs to the medical treatment, as you all know. Of course, that has a negative impact on reaching our sustainability goals. And we have to admit that sports injury prevention overall is still in its infancy. In Germany, we are still at the beginning. Of course, we want to change that, but still, these are the first step. And what I show you now in the next couple of minutes is work in progress, so to say, so that you get a rough idea what is going on in Germany. Okay, excuse me. What we are trying to do is, we have a vision statute, of course, and we are trying to enhance the quality of life, thereby, of course, support public health by reducing the number and severity of accidents, injuries, and of course also chronic injuries in sport. Because not every accident results in an injury, and not every injury results in a chronic injury. But we have to take care of all of those, because whatever happens, it costs money, as well as it affects the person or the persons that are involved, including that they are not able to do sports, for example, and this might decrease their health status over a long time. So what we do is we try to enhance the benefits of sport and physical activity for society as a whole, and on the other hand, to decrease costs. So what we always say is, if you try to make people more physically active, which is everybody is agreeing that this is a good idea, then we also say we have to take a look at the other side of this coin, and this is injury prevention. Because if we manage to have more people physically active, automatically, if we have the same risk for injuries, then we have more injuries overall, and that cannot be our goal. So the goal of the foundation is to reduce the number and severity of accidents, injuries, and chronic injuries, chronic is missing here, associated with sports and exercise. So now you might ask how we do this. And first thing that I like to mention here is we do lobbying. And that is, I think, a term that is all of you might know, but we try to find supporters in politics especially, but also try to find new resources from the government, also from the industry, and of course from sports. And that means we have to do a lot of talking and have to do a lot of convincing, so that people are convinced that this is a good idea what we do, and maybe support us. And to do that, we need projects. We need concrete things that we do, that we can also show that prevention in sports and for sports injuries work. We are trying to establish by the project sports injury prevention in different settings in sports. For example, we did a project in our region here, where about 20 million people are living. And what we do here, we work with the sports associations, 12 of them, where the most sports injuries happen. And together with them, we trying to enhance the sports injury prevention they do. And this is tailor-made, of course. This is no one size fits all, because, for example, in soccer and basketball, it's different. But when you look at, for example, swimming, or when you look at horse riding, it's completely different kind of sports. Therefore, the concept has to be a different one. At the same time, doing these projects, we learn a lot, because as Patrick also said before me, you have to learn to listen. You have to learn to listen to the experts from the field that you are dealing with. We are the generalists, and they are the experts in their field. So they love their sports, they know their sports much better than we do. So we try to learn from them and really try to give them a helping hand. To connect with the stakeholders on different levels is therefore really, really important for the projects. So what are the topics of the projects that we are doing? And just to illustrate it a little bit, and not to go into too much detail, these 4 areas are the main areas that we are working on. First of all, and I think all of you know these training programs, they started with FIFA 11 and others from the Norwegian group, for example, and also from the US. And they have been elaborated in for many different kind of sports. But still there is a gap between what science, what the experts know, and what is done in reality in the gym or on the field. So this gap we try to close, and really to bring preventive measures into the training. And it has to be regularly done each day, and it has to be attractive for those who are supposed to do it. So the second thing that we do and that we focus on in our project are the so-called political approaches. For example, how are rules and regulations handled? One example is when the rule for the high elbow in soccer, especially during heading the ball, have been changed, we saw an instant decrease of head injuries, especially face injuries in soccer. So that is one example that may serve you to understand what we are focusing there. But it's not only the rules and the referees, but it's also other stuff that is more concerning the background, the safety background. For example, we think that every association should have security or safety concept. So what we also focus on is the safety of sports facilities and on the equipment of the athletes. And as Patrick before me also said, that is really important. And we think that only a small number right now, only a small number of injuries in Germany are caused by damaged or broken down facilities or equipment. But still, especially the sports facilities are the safe background on which sport is done. So they are of crucial importance. And of course, especially when we are talking about the athletes, sportsmen and women, precaution, supervision and support is also important. The top athletes, they have a team around them, and the farther you go to the grassroots level, the smaller the team is, and usually it's only one coach that is taking care of the athletes in the lower levels. So this we have to take into consideration. So as I said before, what we do is we look at the studies, international, national studies. We have a data-based approach. We try to understand the status quo of sports injury prevention at our stakeholder, at our partner that we are working with. And this is of really, really big importance. I cannot emphasize this enough. And we have to show our partners how we make their lives easier. So we are a helping hand. We are not someone who's giving them more rules and more problems, but it has to be the other way around. So we help them to achieve their goals. We try to create long-lasting effects. So it's not supposed to be one project and after the project is over, everything is going back to business, but the project is the start of a change process that we try to initiate. Of course, we need key persons. We call them champions in our circumstances. And we have to build long-lasting relationships and partnerships. And I'm pretty sure also Patrick, from the last presentation, the insurance companies, they know how he's working, and the same is here. If our partners know that we can be trusted and that we really help them, then it's a good basis for the relationship and the partnership that we try to establish. So now the second point that I mentioned in the beginning was the lobbying. And as I said, right now, sports injury prevention in the most settings is not represented in a ministry in Germany. Therefore, there's only a really small budget available. And we try to build a coalition of politicians to enable us to have more support for what we do. And we try to create funding a nationwide study on sports injuries, their reasons and the effects of them. This is what we are doing right now. So as I said, it's work in progress. The nationwide study is planned, but we are looking for funding right now. And of course, the long-term goal is to get financial resources for a center of competence that we already are, but we are just too small to serve so many stakeholders and sportsmen and women in Germany. So what is our vision? At the end, maybe in a couple of years, we try to have funding by the German government and serve as a center of competence. We think it's really of big importance to have contact persons as well as concepts for sports injury prevention in every city and county and also in every sports federation. This is the basis for working together, and I think these contact persons, they should also form a network, and this is our idea, to bring this network together, these specialists together, to make them learn from each other. I think this is of crucial importance also. And at the end, we hope that sports injury prevention is much better established in Germany than it is 10 years ago, than it is nowadays. We are the small team that I represented at the beginning is working hard to achieve this goal and our visions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please give him a big hand once again. That was Mr. David Schulz. Thank you very much for sharing the information on the sports safety management in Germany. Now we're going to proceed to the Q&A session with a moderator chair. So, floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, I'm back for session 4, Q&A. Please give a warm welcome to our distinguished speaker on the topic, Policy and Pending Issues of Sport Safety Management in Germany, David Schulz, the Secretary General of Foundation Safety in Sports. So maybe this may be very repetitive for those who are present, but for those who are just joining us, I just want to remind you that please raise your hand if you have any questions, and I will call on you, and please introduce yourself when you're doing so. And if you're joining us online, feel free to, write comments, reflections, or ask questions on the chat. So before we begin, I just would like to really thank you for sharing, what a wonderful work you do for sports safety in Germany through your foundation. And it seems like it's a very operative foundation, having, the understanding of how, when, and why sport accidents and injuries occur, and how, they can be prevented, and really working together with diverse associations, organizations, science, politics, and various projects. So good for you. Let me transfer the floor to the participants for questions. Anybody else? Questions, please. Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Yong from Korea Safety Foundation. First of all, thank you for the presentation. And our foundation, our actual project and goal is actually in line with what you are pursuing right now. My question is that for your project, you also said that lobby is a really important part to get the fund and to get the financial support. The political organizations in Germany, what part they are focusing on, and what is their interesting points, and how do you lead those interests into the actual funding of them? Can you give us an example of that? And also another question is about the education. You just gave us the general information about the training and education, and so do you provide education to the general public, or you said that only major key sports genres? Do you have specific training or education for those specific baseball or basketball or other things? Can you elaborate a little further?
Yes, I would like to start with the second question because that is much easier to answer. We have different educational modules, and usually we try to focus not on the sportsmen and women themselves with these modules, but on the persons that organize the sport, for example, the coaches, and of course those who are responsible for the safety of the facilities, for example from the clubs or as well as from the cities and counties. So we have different modules of education, as I said before, that are some are more general and some are focusing on different kinds of sports. For example, if the Basketball Federation asks us to do a seminar, may it be in person or online, then we are able to do that, and we have different topics already in our on our desk, and it's done kind of frequently by us. Especially the focus of these education models is also on the safety of the facilities, because this is something. We have tens of thousands of sports facilities in Germany, so there's a huge demand on that. And to answer your question about the politics, same is with all the stakeholders. Politics is also a stakeholder, and we have to understand what they are aiming at. So, for example, the federal government in Germany, which is situated in Berlin, they are supporting the highest level athletes in Germany. So they are interested in winning gold medals and other medals at Olympic Games, at World Championships, etc., etc. So when we go to the federal government, then we try to really argument on that level and tell them we can help you to have your top athletes less injured, and therefore most probably they will be able to train better and to bring more medals to Germany. So if we talk to a grassroots organization in sports, then it's a completely different approach to get funding from them. Or if we go to an insurance company, then we have to argument on the level of their expenses. They have to pay for all the injuries. Therefore, if we are able to reduce the number and severity of injuries, they have to spend less, and therefore that would be on their side. That would be the argument. So we have to adjust a little bit, and it's getting better and better. We had a 3-year project now going on in our part of Germany, in the northwestern part. As I said before, with a couple of sports federations that we worked there. It was funded by the local government here, and we could we had 3 persons working on that project for 3 years, so it was quite a success, and we are trying to go step by step to do more projects like that, and to also do it in other parts of Germany.
Thank you very much for your answer. Anybody else with a question, please? Yes.
My name is Go Jae-gon, Professor Go. So, thank you for your great presentation, Mr. David Schulz. And we have learned a lot from your presentation. So, in South Korea, actually, we don't have as systematic approaches as you have in Germany. So, in terms of a prevention of injuries in sports activities, you have learned, we have studied in great detail. So that we'd like to also do the benchmarking from your case studies. So when it goes to the facilities and installations, so when you do the inspection of the sports installations and facilities, do you perform visual inspection alone, or do you also go through some sort of a functional or performance inspection as well to ensure that athletes will be playing in a very safe environment? In the case of FIFA, for example, they have 6 risk management related aspects like the absorption rate and also the leveling, and also so they do the functional inspection as well together with the visual inspection to make sure that the playground provides as minimal risk as possible for the athletes. So they are coming with some sort of a combination of inspection methodology. But from our standpoint, so the managers and also the sports federations are requesting some sort of inspections, for example, in terms of the functional inspection and visual inspection. But sometimes managers do not understand the status of their facilities in terms of the functional safety. And in the case of Germany, do you to the managers of federations come to receive any information regarding the functional or performance index of the facilities and installations?
Short answer is yes, but I will elaborate a little more. What we do is usually our team, we have some experts on the security, the safety of installations and facilities. So they do the needed inspections. In Germany, there is a law saying that sports facilities have to be checked by an independent and well-educated, on that topic, educated person once a year. And in the meantime, between those inspections that are taking place once a year, there's also regulations that have to be visual inspections as well, and maintenance, of course. So what we do is we take a look at the facilities according to the standards. So if there is, of course, a big sport event, for example, European Championship or whatever, then maybe what the facilitator expects is more than just having a visual and a functional inspection. And we also do that, and usually we do some outsourcing there, because there are specialists, for example, for the sports grounds and other stuff. Also, the light concept plays a big role in other things. So therefore, this is usually not done by our experts alone, but it's done from time to time, especially in the case of big events, and if they need it, if these check of the standards is needed. But usually we just go by the normal international national standards, the European and German and ISO standards, and check the sports facilities by them.
Thank you. I'm gonna intercept real quick with an online question. So in Korea, we investigate number of accidents or reasons for injuries related to sports every 4 years. So in Germany, when they're investigating sport-related accidents or injuries, what are the standards for selecting specific sport or disciplines to investigate or research? And what kind of data do you collect?
So right now we don't have that system in place where every year or every 4 years, for example, all the injuries are monitored or counted. Right now, the monitoring that is done in Germany is injury data based. In all cases where we have good information, they are a result from an injury that is reported to an insurance and which is analyzed afterwards. So therefore, there is actually no one is going to analyze only soccer or only handball or swimming injuries, but usually all the injuries from all the different kinds of sports, they go into the databases and can be analyzed afterwards. So when we are talking about the study that we are aiming to do in Germany, we also take a look at the whole population and all the people that are active in sports and physically active. And therefore, it's not these standard kind of sports like I mentioned before, team sports, etc. But it's also these leisure sports, like maybe only taking a walk or jogging or whatever people do. And these also result in a high number of injuries at the end of the day, because it's millions of people that they do it in Germany. So to answer your question, our goal is to have a at least every 2 years to find out how the injury situation in Germany is. And right now we definitely need some funding. It's a couple of €100,000 that we need per year to do that, because the data that we got from the insurance has the problem that we don't know enough about all the persons that are physically active. We only have information of those who get injured, and the non-injured we have no information about. So that is a problem that we need to solve.
Thank you for your answer. There's one more question. This is actually in English, so I'm going to read off the question itself. I was wondering who's taking the injury data at school levels, such as elementary school and or high school? Are there any sports scientists hired at school like yourself? Are they keeping data in the same standard or format? Thank you.
Yeah, so that is, especially in that field, it's very well organized in Germany. We have a couple of insurance companies that are not private companies, but they belong to the government, more or less, and are also paid by them. And they have to take care of those who are injured in schools and kindergartens, especially. So, and they also report to a roof organization, and once a year, this data is published. So there are data experts doing the analyzation of that, but we are not part of this. Of course, we are connected with the colleagues there, but we are focusing on on the areas where these kind of structures are not in place, which is, as I said before, the main part of sports and physical activity in Germany.
Thank you. We do have time for one last question, but I'm going to leave the question to the floor here, who are present. Does anybody have? Yes, please.
Thank you for your presentation. I want to ask you two questions. First question is, in Germany, in your organization, do you have any prevention measures for the injuries of sports? I think you do have some measures. First is about the training and education. You mentioned about that, right? And do you have any basis on how effective those training is? Do you have that kind of basis, how effective training or education is? Do you have basis that says, yes, it is confirmed that education and training is really helpful and effective to prevent the injury? And second is the policy that you said, right? So do you have the prioritized legal act? Do you have any legal act that is primarily, that should be primarily suggested for the prevention of the injury that you think in Germany? Do you think there should be some kind of law to be adopted for the prevention of injury in the future?
Yes, we have measures for different kinds of sports. That is true, and it's always a package of measures, not only training measures and new trainings that we advise, but also many other things that we usually put in a prevention in an information box for the kind of sport. We do not do RCTs on our own. We do not check how good the prevention measure is if it's done. But as you all know, in the field of sports injury prevention, there have been dozens, maybe hundreds of very well done studies on sports injury prevention measures and how they accomplish if they are effective. And I think we can assume that someone playing soccer in Germany doing a program will benefit from it the same as in Austria, as in maybe Korea or Japan. So that is first part of what we do. We do not do scientific studies on our own, but we try to make the gap between practice and theory smaller in Germany, and this is our main focus. And about the legal act, that is definitely one of our goals. Right now in Germany, a new sport law is in work, in progress, to give the sport support from the government, a new frame, and we are aiming on that and trying to achieve that sports injury prevention is also mentioned in that law that is on the way. But this is hard work to do because many stakeholders are trying to put their interests into such a law, and therefore we hope and we are giving our best to achieve that also. Yes, but a legal act and a law would be very helpful in achieving our goals, definitely.
Thank you very much for your answer. So unfortunately, due to the time, I just would like to thank David again for your great insights on safety management in Germany for sport. And thank you to all the participants who made this session even more fruitful with your active contribution and participation with lovely questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please give them a big hand, everyone. Thank you, Mr. David Schulz and moderator Che, for helping us to solve all the curiosity regards his hard work and presentation. Thank you so much for spending a long time with us. We're going to have a short break until 6:10. So please enjoy your break and I'll see you later on. Thank you very much. 네, 저희 지금부터 잠시
So from now,
휴식
I'd like to
시간
take a very
갖도록
short
하겠습니다. 저녁
break.
시간이 가까워지고
So
있는데요.
the dinner time
여러분들께서 간단히 드실
is
수 있도록
near. From 6:10, we're going to start the last session of today's event. Thank you.
네, 여러분 다시 안내해드리겠습니다. 행사장 바로 옆에 케이터링 존이 마련되어 있습니다. 저희가 샌드위치 박스를 준비해 뒀는데요. 네, 참석자분들께 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 본 행사장 안에서는 취식이 불가합니다. 행사장의 청결을 위해서 여러분 가지고 오신 샌드위치 박스는 상자를 닫으신 채로 가지고 계셔주시면 감사하겠습니다. 다시 안내드리겠습니다. 본 행사장 안에서는 취식이 불가한 점 여러분의 양해를 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 이제 곧 오늘의 마지막 세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
We are going to
모두
resume
축복을
session
부탁드립니다.
momentarily. Please be seated.
이걸 링크 쉐어 된 거죠? 참고부분 링크 안내인데 이거는 참고하는 링크 All right, let's resume the last session
네,
of
그럼
International
지금부터
Forum for Sports Safety 2022. Before we begin, I would like to inform you that we uploaded a link for the confirmation of participation in the current chat room, so please do confirm your participation through that link. And Mr. Darren Whitehouse will be our final
네,
and
마지막
last speaker.
발표자는
He is the
데런
head of the strategy and partnership
화이트하우스님이십니다.
of UK Sports Ground Safety Authority
영국의
and SGSA as a
SGSA 스포츠 경기장 안전 당국의 이 관련
and
전문가십니다.
leads the safety
전략 및
betterment
대외
of
협력
UK
책임자로
soccer field. The subject that he is going to give us as a presentation will be the role of SGSA in sports safety and the currently facing issues. Please welcome him with a big hand, everyone.
Good morning, everybody. If you just excuse me while I just share my screen. Okay, good morning. And first of all, thank you very much to everyone involved in the forum for the opportunity to speak to you on the subject of sports ground safety. It's an honor and a privilege to present to the Korean Sports Safety Foundation. I had the great privilege of attending the forum in 2018, and the world felt a very different place in 2018. Before I do begin my presentation, please do allow me to pass on my condolences and the condolences of everyone at the Sports Ground Safety Authority for the tragic events that happened during Halloween in Korea. Our thoughts and our prayers are with everyone who was involved with that terrible tragedy. For my presentation, I would like to provide you with an overview of sports ground safety within the United Kingdom. I'd like to outline for you how it's progressed and how it has changed over the last 30 years. I will talk about some of the challenges that we have in this country based upon some of the previous tragedies we've had in sports grounds. And I will explain how we've improved some of those things through working in partnership with other organisations in our sector. And finally, I will outline what some of the remaining challenges are for us as a country. And I'll be more than happy to take any questions that you have at the end of my presentation. So a little bit about the Sports Ground Safety Authority, or SGSA. SGSA is the United Kingdom government's expert body on sports grounds. We are the only publicly funded body in the world dedicated to the safety of sports grounds. We have been in existence since 1990, and I will tell you a little bit more about the history of our organisation. Originally, we were called the Football Licensing Authority, and that will become clear as to why. We became the SGSA in 2011. Put simply, our purpose is to ensure that everybody can enjoy sport safely as a spectator. And as you will see throughout the presentation and on the following slides, we have a very specific role that we play within football in the United Kingdom. However, much of our expertise and our guidance has been used and is used across other sports and indeed across the live events sector, including music festivals. And it's also used widely outside of the United Kingdom across the world. So the SGSA has three fundamental roles to play in promoting the safety of sports grounds across the world. Our primary role, and the reason that we were created, was to be a regulator and to regulate the safety of football grounds in England and in Wales. Our second function is to provide and develop standards and guidance that can be used to promote best practice in the safe management of large numbers of spectators or event goers. As you will see, our guidance is used across the world in all continents to improve safety at major events. And our third function is to provide advisory services for other sports grounds, sports governing bodies, and other governments across the world. We work very closely with the UK government on international missions, and we support those with our expertise. And I will now just go into a little bit more detail on each of these three different areas. So, as a regulator of football, we have two primary functions. The first is that we issue an annual license to all 92 football clubs in the Premier League and the English Football League. We also issue licenses each year to Wembley Stadium, which is the English Football National Stadium. And we also, under normal circumstances, would issue a license to the Welsh National Stadium in Cardiff. However, that stadium is not currently being used to host football matches, and so it currently does not have a license. The licenses that we issue allow spectators to enter and to watch the match, and so without that license, they would not be allowed to enter. And we make decisions on whether to award our license based upon a number of factors, including the ability of the team responsible for safety at the venue to manage large numbers of people. We also have a regulatory role to oversee local authorities. So local authorities in the United Kingdom are responsible for issuing a safety certificate to each venue. That safety certificate will state, amongst other things, what the safe capacity of that venue is, how many people is it safe for that venue to hold, which might be very different from how many people, how many seats there are in the venue. So we ensure through our regulatory role that local authorities are undertaking their oversight of the safety certification process. But we work very much in partnership with them. The second role we undertake is to set standards. So we do this primarily through our internationally recognized best practice guidance. Our main piece of guidance is called the Guide to Safety at Sports Grounds, but you will often hear it referred to as the Green Guide. This guidance is produced approximately every 10 years. The current edition is the 6th edition, which was released in 2018, and we're now starting to think about what needs to change for the 7th edition, which will probably come out in 2028. So you can imagine the time it takes to write this guidance. But the guide is used all across the world by venue operators and by architects who are designing and building and developing sports grounds to ensure that those venues are developed in line with best practice in both the design and the management of those venues. We also produce various other pieces of guidance to supplement the Guide to Safety at Sports Grounds. For example, we've recently released detailed guidance on how to safely manage an event. And all of our guidance is available through our website. The third role we undertake is providing advice. So we provide advice and support both in the UK and internationally to other sports and to other governments. Sometimes this advice is proactive, but unfortunately, it is often the case that we are involved with a particular country in response to a tragic incident where lives have been lost. And I'll explain and give some examples of that shortly. But the range of our services that we offer includes helping to establish the safe capacity of a venue to ensure that spectators are safe. It might also include providing advice on safety management, or it might include the provision of training services to help build the skills and capacity of a particular country or a particular venue in safety. In other cases, we have worked directly with architects who have asked us to review the design of their stadium before it is built to ensure that the design is compliant with our guidance, and that's a service that we've also provided in the past. It's often said that the United Kingdom represents best practice in relation to sports ground safety. And whilst there is no doubt that we are very proud of our recent record, it is fair to say that over the years we have had many tragedies that have led to loss of life in sports grounds in the United Kingdom. This timeline that you can see on the screen here shows just some of those tragedies. And as you can see, these date back nearly 50 years. In fact, the first copy of the Green Guide was produced in 1973, but you can see even after that guidance was developed, we still had a number of tragedies, which just shows the journey that we've been on in the UK. You will note that some of these tragedies relate to safety management or crowd management, and some are related to terrorist incidents, and some are related to poor infrastructure. And I'll just go through a few of these now to pick out some examples of what we've been through in the United Kingdom. So this incident happened back in 1971 in Scotland at the Ibrox Stadium. And it was this tragedy that led to the publication of our first piece of guidance. To put this into context, that first edition of the Green Guide was 26 pages long, and whereas our latest edition, the 6th edition, is over 320 pages. And I think that just reflects the increasing complexity of sports grounds and the operations and also the risks that modern sports grounds carry. This particular tragedy happened during a high-profile football match between Glasgow Rangers and Glasgow Celtic. And this picture on the screen shows the stairway where, 66 spectators were killed due to a crush when leaving the match. The exact number of injured persons is unknown, but is estimated to be over 200. And essentially, some fans fell over on the stairway and were crushed by people coming behind them. In Bradford, in the United Kingdom, in May 1985, 56 people lost their lives and hundreds more were injured when the timber stand, which had been built in 1908, caught fire. And this was live on television. You can see this incident on YouTube if you wanted to look at it in more detail. But there were no fire extinguishers in the stand, and they had been removed by the safety team because they feared that the fire extinguishers would be vandalized by hooligans. Most of the exits at the back of the stadium were either locked or shut, and there were no stewards or safety management teams there to open them. At the front of the stand, men were throwing children over the wall to help them escape, and still, over 50 people died and hundreds sustained injuries. This match was being shown live on television, and at 3:40 p.m, the TV commentator reported the fire had broken out, and in less than 4 minutes, it had reached what you can see on the screen here, due to windy conditions, and completely engulfing the entire stand. And I think this tragedy really demonstrates the importance of both having good quality infrastructure. This stand was very old, it hadn't been invested in, it was made of wood, but it also demonstrates the importance of having a good plan to safely manage the evacuation of large numbers of people. And so we learned an awful lot from this tragedy. 3 weeks after the Bradford incident, there was another incident. This time was the European Cup final in Brussels between Juventus and Liverpool. So although this didn't happen in the United Kingdom, it's important because it does show the importance of safety management and again poor infrastructure. So about an hour before kickoff, Liverpool fans had charged at Juventus fans and breached a fence that separated them from a neutral area. And the fans that were standing near a wall were crushed, and 39 people died, and around 600 people were injured. And you can see some of those images there, just how horrendous it really was. But even then, we still hadn't learnt our lessons, and it took really until the tragic events of Hillsborough in 1989 for us to really understand what needed to change. So on 15th of April, this was one of the worst ever international football disasters, perhaps prior to what happened in Indonesia a few weeks ago. 97 people lost their lives, 766 more injured due to overcrowding during a cup semi-final between Liverpool and Nottingham Forest. This tragedy really was the culmination of a series of factors and is really forever etched on the UK's collective memory, and should never be allowed to happen again. But as a result of this tragedy, a major public inquiry was conducted by Lord Justice Taylor, and he recommended principally that all of the grounds in Britain's professional football clubs should eliminate standing areas and become all seated. So having talked to you about some of the tragedies that we've experienced in the UK, I just want to highlight some of the work that we've undertaken overseas. So this slide shows some of the countries where we've provided advice or guidance or training, and I'll just pick out one or two examples. So in Africa, there was a tragedy at a stadium in Malawi where 8 children died in a crush on entry. So we were asked by FIFA to go and understand what the causes of that tragedy were. And interestingly, you know, the stadium was very new, the stadium was very good. The tragedy happened purely because the team running the stadium didn't have the right equipment, and they hadn't had the right training, and they didn't understand some of the basic principles of safety management, and it was completely avoidable. But following on from this work, we then extended our work in Africa and assessed the stadiums of 17 national stadia across Southern Africa and provided training workshops for all of those countries in Johannesburg, where all of the countries in Africa came together, and we helped them to understand some of the basic principles on safety. And for the Qatar World Cup, which is currently ongoing, we've worked with Interpol, Project Stadia, to develop certification processes for the stadiums to be used. In India, we supported the Under-17 World Cup in 2017 by assessing each of the stadiums to ensure they were safe to hold spectators. We work with other sports, so we work closely with the England and Wales Cricket Board, and we provide advice and guidance to the ECB to help them ensure their cricket venues are safe. We work across Northern Ireland, advising Sport Northern Ireland on safety. We've worked on international football tournaments, including the Beach Football World Cup in Paraguay. So quite a significant reach, and in all of these countries, it's our guidance that essentially, whilst it represents best practice, we do recognise that not every country has the resources available to invest in new stadia or making significant investments. So what we try to do is to help them understand where they can make the best use of the investment that they have available. Okay, so over the next couple of slides, I'd just like to identify and share with you some of the issues that still face sports grounds in the UK and across the world. And I show you these really to demonstrate that whilst we have made significant improvements over the last 30 years, that the safety challenge is really never ending, and that we must continue to focus on reducing risk wherever possible. So in the United Kingdom, the government has recently changed its policy in relation to standing at football grounds. So if you come to a Premier League football ground in the United Kingdom, at the moment you can stand, you can buy a licensed ticket to stand in some of those venues. You'll recall that the previous slide, one of the outcomes of the Hillsborough tragedy was the introduction of all-seater stadiums. And whilst that undoubtedly did improve safety and lead to a significant investment in infrastructure, it created another problem where people were persistently standing in those seated areas, and that creates quite a significant safety risk. So it's now possible for football clubs that we license, as long as they meet our strict criteria, to apply for a license to allow spectators to stand when viewing a football match, which is quite a significant change in policy. However, we do continue to monitor the risks just to ensure that those remaining risks are being managed safely. Pyrotechnics remain a significant challenge, not just in the United Kingdom, but across the world, particularly other parts of Europe. The use of pyrotechnics is widespread. They are incredibly dangerous. They really have no place within a football stadium. We've seen some horrendous injuries from people exposed to pyrotechnics. We've recently developed a pyrotechnics toolkit in collaboration with the football bodies in the United Kingdom, and that's really to help improve the understanding of the risks, both for the supporters but also the players. We've seen examples of players picking up flares and picking up pyrotechnics and running around the pitch celebrating when they've scored a goal, without perhaps understanding just how dangerous some of these devices can be. Pitch incursions, so we saw some of this at the end of last season, lots of examples of spectators running onto the pitch, and in some cases actually attacking opposition players. So that obviously is against the law in the United Kingdom, it's in legislation, and in the United Kingdom, the football governing bodies have recently launched a campaign, proactive campaign to prevent people from running onto the pitch. Terrorism, of course, remains a severe threat across the world, and we saw from the tragic incidents at the Manchester Arena concert and the Ariana Grande concert what can happen when we become complacent with regards to security. You'll have seen from the terrible incidents at Wembley during the 2021 European Championship final between England and Italy that the management of what we call Zone X is critical to running a safe event. So Zone X represents the area outside of the stadium, but because that area is not often defined, it requires good cooperation and communication between all parties responsible for safety, including the local emergency services and the police and the local authority, to ensure that everybody is aware of their roles and responsibilities. So Zone X is quite a challenging area to manage, but it is a critical area to manage in terms of safety. So today's issues, so when you're considering how to approach the safety at sports grounds, it's really important to consider these three different aspects: safety, security, and customer service. It's very easy to think that the answer lies in perhaps higher security. However, it is really important to remember that the vast majority of people who attend sports grounds do so to enjoy the event, and they are not there to cause trouble. In fact, in the United Kingdom, one of the reasons for our improvement over the last 30 years has been because of a move away from security and towards what we would call safety management. And safety management is really about managing the crowd, not trying to control them, and there's a subtle difference there. And finally, it's important to remember the element of customer service. People who enjoy their experience in your venue are more likely to recommend the venue and to return themselves. So it's very important to ensure that there is a good focus on customer service throughout the event experience. And so my last slide, one of the ways you can think about safety is to consider the entire fan journey. So a supporter's experience does not begin and end at the stadium. It begins when they purchase their ticket right through to their arrival at the stadium and also their journey home. So when you're thinking about how supporters enjoy their experience, you will need to work in partnership with those organisations that the fan journey experiences during that event. So the local transport hubs, the emergency services, and by understanding their challenges and each of the motivations of those partners, you can develop a fuller picture of safety, security, and customer service. So that's all I wanted to cover. I want to thank you very much for your time and for your attention, and I'll be delighted to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please give him a big hand, everyone. Thank you very much for sharing your expertise and insight with us. We're going to straightly into the Q&A session with the moderator, Che, please.
Thank you. Well, last session of the day. Please welcome our last final presenter, Darren Whitehouse, Head of Strategy and Partnerships of UK Sport Ground Safety Authority. From here on, we'll say SGSA, who have presented on sport ground safety in the UK. By now, I'm sure you're all so well aware of the drill and the procedures for the live Q&A. So without further ado, I'll be happy to share the floor to the audience to shoot you the question right away, if it's okay with you, Mr. Whitehouse.
That's perfectly fine, no problem.
Great. Yes, please.
I'm from the Athlete University and also instructor of the Safety Foundation, Chang. Thank you very much for your presentation. My question right now is that during the presentation you mentioned that all the system, all the guidelines are now uploaded in the website. We can find all the guidelines there, right? So all the spectator management guideline, is it just one integrated guideline, or it is based on the small size or big size of spectator? Do you have a different kind of criteria and also different guidelines? That is my first question. And you also said the Green Guide is revised every 10 years, roughly. And once it is revised or rewritten, then actually there are some things that we have to renew our knowledge based on the renewed version of the Green Guide. And it is something that spectators can also easy to understand.
Okay, really good questions, and thank you for your questions. So I'll take the first question around the different sizes of venues. So I think what we would say is that the principles of safety management are the same, no matter the size of your venue. However, different larger venues have different challenges in terms of just the sheer number of people there, so that requires more resources to manage those. But you know, what we've seen in the United Kingdom, for example, and I'm sure this has been replicated across the world, is that terrorists, for example, will sometimes target what you would call soft targets. So it's really important that that all venues are aware of kind of their responsibilities for safety. What you will find on our website are some worked examples of how to calculate the safe capacity of a venue for different types of venues. So you will see examples for football grounds, you will see examples for horse racing, you will see examples for cricket grounds. And that's important because each of those types of venues has a different profile, both in terms of the people that attend, but also in the ways in which they move around the venue. So it's important to make sure you're sort of considering the specific risks. In terms of the guidance, yes, it's revised every 10 years. Essentially, the fundamental principle doesn't change between editions of the guidance. So the fundamental purpose of the Green Guide has always been and will always be to help you determine the safe capacity of your venue by understanding the physical infrastructure and your safety approach. However, what we will change from edition to edition is to reflect some of the new challenges that we face. So, for example, in the current edition, one of the areas we covered was what to do in the event of a terrorist attack. And if you couldn't get people out of the stadium because there was something happening on the outside of the stadium bowl, and you had to keep people inside, we covered how to manage that. So, you know, for example, we might cover drones or other technologies that develop that we think need to be reflected in guidance. So yes, there will be some learning that has to take place between editions, but hopefully the fundamental principles should still be the same.
Thank you for your answer. Any other questions from the floor, please? No, we definitely have more questions. Don't be, thank you.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation. So during your presentation, we were told that in the United Kingdom, there are some certification process for football clubs to allow the supporters inside the stadium. So from when do you start to have, say, this sort of a certification process in the United Kingdom? And what was how come you come up with such a certification process in the United Kingdom? What was the event that made you start with the certification process?
Thank you very much for the question. Yes, apologies, I should have covered this in more detail during my presentation. I think what you might be referring to is the license that allows spectators into the venue. That started in 1990, and that was as a direct result of the Hillsborough tragedy in 1989. So following the Hillsborough tragedy where 97 fans died, there was a government report called the Taylor Report, and that recommended the creation of a body, a government body, to issue licenses. And so licenses have been in place since 1990. The process of issuing the licenses has changed quite significantly. We ask for quite a lot more information now than we did then to ensure that the venue is fit to hold a license. But as far as we're aware, you know, there aren't many other countries that have a similar system to what we have in the UK. But that process, that licensing process, is really an annual process. So we start that process around November, where we start to ask our inspectors to provide reports on what they see as the big risks of the venues that they look after. Clubs have to apply for a license by the end of January so that we can do the appropriate assessment on the application so that they can then have their license renewed by the end of the season in time for the new season.
Thank you for your answer. Yes, please.
So for the safety accident, after that, do you have any post action or follow-up action after the accident? If spectator has an accident, after that accident, do you have legal or administration liability? Which organization take that liability or responsibility after that accident? And I know that in UK you have the corporate other liability act you have. In Korea, based on that, what we have Severe Accident Responsibility Act. Do you have that kind of detailed information to share with us?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I mean, we don't hold individual medical data on incidents. In the United Kingdom, the liability and the safety of spectators is the responsibility of the venue management team. And one of the challenges that we have in the United Kingdom is getting good quality data on injuries. So whilst we do ask for injury data to be reported to us by the clubs that we license, and we get that data twice a year, we know there are significant challenges with collecting it, not least because the culture of football fans is often not to report injuries. If you go to a football match in the United Kingdom, there is a culture of drinking beer and you know, throwing yourselves around when you score a goal. People will get injured, they'll fall downstairs, but they may not report that incident. If there is a particular incident that somebody feels there is a criminal negligence for, that will be for them to deal with the club. We wouldn't have anything to do with that as the Sports Ground Safety Authority.
Thank you for your answer. I'm going to interrupt with the online questions, and then if we have more time, I'll go back to the floor. So the first question is, when you're issuing a safety certifications for venue, I'm sure you know there were many difficulties that you have to face with the stakeholders regarding the venue, so the management, etc. What were those issues or problems, and how did you overcome those difficulties?
That's a really good question. So I mean, there's two aspects to this. There's one is the license which we issue, which allows spectators to attend the matches, and the things that we cover there are, we're looking at the quality of the stadium. Has it had all the appropriate structural inspections that is legally required to do? Do they have enough stewards to manage a large number of people, and are the quality of those stewards sufficient? Are the stewards appropriately trained and qualified? Is there a demonstrable commitment at board level to safety? When was the last time safety was reported at board level? Are there appropriate first aid and medical facilities in the venue? Is there appropriate fire safety? So all of these things we will look at for our license. The safety certificate is issued by the local authority, and we make sure they do that process. And that safety certificate is issued on the is only issued when the local authority is assured that the venue's safe capacity has been set by a competent person, and that the venue has an appropriate operations plan in place that manages risk in a dynamic way. I think our view as a regulator is very much that the risk profile changes from event to event, and you can't take a one-size-fits-all approach. So if you have a match between Liverpool and Manchester United, that will have a different risk profile to a match between Liverpool and Aston Villa, for example, because of a local rivalry between two clubs. So because of that risk, the local authority and the safety advisory group that local authority reports to, they must look at that risk profile and make a determination on whether the safety certificate is suitable for that particular event to take place. I hope that answers the question. If not, please let me know.
I think that did answer your question, so good. I'm going to move on to the next question. So, there are many sports in the UK, other than football, of course. There may be, basketball, cricket, badminton, etc. Is there any other organizations, agencies, associations, other than yours or similar to yours that covers safe management for other sport venues?
The short answer is no. I mean, we're a slightly odd organisation in that we are called the Sports Grounds Safety Authority, and yet we only regulate one sport, which is football. So that's the short answer is no. However, the slightly longer answer is that we do offer advice to other sports. I mentioned cricket during my presentation, and other sports do access our guidance. We also offer advice to what we would call major events. So, for example, the London Olympics and the recent Commonwealth Games in 2022, two of our inspectors worked inside those organising committees for the duration of those events to offer our advice at a strategic level on safety and security. So although there isn't a sports ground safety authority for cricket, or there isn't one for badminton or for tennis, we are very much seen as the expert body for sports ground safety, although we have a very specific regulatory role within football. We've just recently had a government review of us as an organisation. So the UK government has reviewed our functions, and there are some recommendations that have fallen out of that review that might lead to the potential for SGSA to become more involved in a more structured way with other sports. But at the moment, our involvement with other sports is on an advisory basis.
Thank you for your answer, and I think this is going to be the last question from online. It says, hello, thank you for your presentation. Could you explain what measures you think should be taken to minimize the risk of bioterrorism during large sport events, security protocols, tech equipment, training?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and interestingly, probably one that we will have to consider when we are rewriting the Green Guide. So I think the COVID pandemic probably certainly took everybody in the United Kingdom by surprise. Obviously, it led to a large-scale closure of sporting events, but it did highlight, although it was a health pandemic, it did highlight the potential implications of kind of bioterrorism. So I think there are considerations that we'll need to think about in terms of stadium design. So one thing we saw during the pandemic, for example, when sports grounds reopened, we saw lots of innovation from the industry, from technical industries, in terms of devices that could minimize the risk of infection. So everything from coatings that you could put on handrails to temperature testers that could detect, that purported to detect COVID on entry. So there was lots of technology being pushed at football clubs to say, if you buy this, you can reduce the risk of infection. So I think there needs to be some consideration about what are the recognized technologies that can prevent spread of infection. But ultimately, I think bioterrorism falls into that kind of wider terrorism risk. Terrorists are consistently trying to find new ways to target innocent people. We have to try and stay one step ahead of the game. We would hold our hands up and say that we are not experts on bioterrorism. We would work very closely with our counterparts in the security services in the United Kingdom to get their input into the Green Guide. It's not something we would write on our own. We would look at, for example, the counterterrorism security advisors in the United Kingdom and ask for their advice. So I imagine that bioterrorism will probably be something we'll be thinking about for the next edition of the Green Guide. But between now and then, venues will need to try and manage the risks as low as they reasonably can. For example, drones, which could obviously potentially be used to carry a bioweapon, are not allowed within football grounds, and there are technologies in place that can prevent drones from flying over football grounds, as one example.
Thank you very much for your informative answer. Well, unfortunately, we are out of time for the live Q&A session. So I just would like to thank you one more time to Mr. Whitehouse for your great presentation and for your time. Could you please give him a big round of applause, please?
Thank you very much. It's a good pleasure.
Overall, I would just like to say thank you to all our presenters today, and thank you for all attending this live Q&A session, and hope you enjoy the rest of the forum.
Thank you very much. Please give a once again to the moderator, Che, and Mr. Darren Whitehouse. Please give them a big hand, everyone. I also want to express my greatest gratitude to the audience. It was a great pleasure to share the valuable talks and thoughts during the last session. Before we wrap up, I'd like to ask last question to our moderator, Che, her opinion about how was today's forum?
Ooh, tough question. Well, it was definitely an honor for me to be the moderator for this forum, first of its kind by KSSF. Thank you so much for this opportunity. It was a pleasure being part of, creating a global cooperative relationship by exchanging ideas and know-hows and sport safety education, pretty much establishing strategies for creating sport-safe environments in Korea. And 마지막으로
And lastly,
포럼을 통해서
with this forum,
안전에 대한
I
공감대가
believe that we have a bigger common consensus among us how important the safety of sports is, and also for the direction of the development in the policy for sports. I hope this can be a serve an opportunity to build better. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your hard work on translating the live question coming from our online participants and leading the QnA session successfully. Thank you very much. This is the end of International Forum for Sports Safety 2022. I'd like to express my highest gratitude to all participants, both online and offline, joining us for such a long time. I hope this event will be the opportunity to analyze the challenging causes that the current sport safety field faces and to present the right direction towards the future that sports safety need to take for making an international advancement. With this, we'll conclude International Forum for Sports Safety 2022. We do look forward to seeing everyone at our next event. And before you leave, please return to your receiver. And we have a special souvenir for all the participants. Please take one as you leave. So thank you very much once again. Enjoy the rest of the day and have a very good evening. Thank you very much. 네, 안내해드린 것처럼 사용하신
As
수신기는
instructed,
나가시는
all
길에
the
반납을
receiver should be
부탁드리겠고요.
returned
저희가
on the way
기념품을
you go out.
준비해뒀습니다.
We
나가시는
have
길에
prepared all the
하나씩 수령하시기
souvenirs.
바랍니다.
Please don't
고맙습니다.
forget to take your souvenirs with you.